Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Whoops. Welcome to TNT Tabletop. I'm Tony, your host, and we're going to be continuing the adventure from Wednesday. We were traveling the mines in search of a monster that has been terrorizing the village the frontier town that we were in. Was it a mutant town? I think it was a mutant town. But anyway, mic's on, right? Yes. Let me make doubly sure here. My audio interfaces are. I really don't need all of this. There we go. I'd rather see all the audio. So, so yeah, we left town with a mission to go rescue a kidnapped villager. Awesome, thank you, Cosmic. Went to go to town. We left town to go rescue a kidnapped villager, but at the same time, our main goal is to find the monster that's been terrorizing the town, which apparently is supposed to be a night terror on the brutal side. Just one, but still a brutal side night terror with, I think all of its I think it's got all of its elite abilities. Pretty frightening. Um, so we'll be continuing from where we left off, which the last thing we did was we uncovered a room that had multiple encounters in it. Like a bunch of beetles rose up and gave us some hell, and carrion beetles like came out and gave us a little bit of hell. And then after all that, I just remember being really drained and ready to call it a day. Um, but just to give you a little bit of an update, if you follow the Discord, I did make some changes to the stream. Well, not exactly changes. I still haven't fixed this. Oh my god. Okay. So I added a. We'll just go ahead and bring us full so I can show you all, and we'll bring up the map. So that's where we're left off, and this should be working better this time. Let me guess. It set itself to wireless again. Yep. Earlier it was set to MTP, which is what I want it to be because it's connected directly and therefore better live footage. Now it's actually finally doing it, I think. Still an issue. I need to look into that camera and see what's wrong with it. Because it should be just as clean as that. Oh, okay. I think it finally just moved over. So anyway, so I added. I need my chat back. Thank you, Carrion Beetles. Um, so so I added some. Well, not added. I enhanced the token feature because originally I was just going to be using those little tokens that I created the other day for wounds. I gave them a lot broader usage than just wounds now, so I can finally kind of get rid of some of these or a majority of these bad boys. I made 22 tokens total. I'm gonna have to update some of them because some of the text is a little bit hard to read. I also increased their sizes a little bit so y'all can read it better. Um, but now what I can do is, sure, I can set it to, there it is. So I can have wounds on the screen. You can see them, and I can update it, and it's all progressive. So all I have to do is type in a button, not to remove anything anymore. Um, but there's now 21 other icons that I can be represented. So I have targeting. So now I can decide, hey, um, we go ahead and change it first. So as I'm going through, I'm going to probably mark on the bottom of every monster what their number is, and I'll just be like, monster one's targeting player one, monster two, and you'll see it on the screen. I might be a lot of work, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm really going to be that dedicated for it. But there's a lot of other things too. I've added bleeding, like I've added all the markers that represent like bleeding, venom, burning, poison, like all that stuff. I've also added some of the stuff that we ran into earlier, like when we were in Tradera with the patrolling stuff that happened. So now I can be like troll and -1, so that this way, just like the instructions say, bring this up here, and we're now dealing with basically a potential patrol units running into us in Tradera. And as we're generating it, I can just keep adding. There it is. I can keep adding to it. Like, oh, we ran into a card that we're now two more into possibly running into a patrol. So I don't remember the rules for it, but I remember for every point of patrol, like something potentially bad is going to happen every time. It's freaking me out. But anyway, I feel like the camera's still acting up. I'm half tempted to get another one of these bad boys, and they just seem to run smoother. They don't overheat either. But anyway, so yeah, so I basically what I did was I found a way to hold on. Maybe I can fix it without having to do anything. Okay. That's the wrong direction. There we go. I didn't like seeing that at the bottom of the screen. But anyway, so I feel like it needs to be pushed over a little bit. So I'm distracting myself. So what I was able to do, my biggest problem with OBS, because I was using their the advanced scene switcher plugin, which allows me to program little bits and pieces, which is why you're seeing all this stuff happening on the screen. I was a little bit limited with the key commands because, sure, I'm working with the Apple keyboard that has like multiple buttons for me to do a whole bunch of different things. But if I'm ever working with any of the like alphabetical keys, there's a good chance that there's an OBS button or command that will just ruin everything. So I'm kind of stuck using the number keys and then trying to function all these in the command keys and everything along with it. And I found a way to program a variable. It's just a simple variable. And with the help of the Stream Deck, I'm able to change the variable to a different variable and then telling the program to run only if that variable equals a specific value. So that changed everything, and now I have an infinite number of commands I can put into the stream. So there's a lot of things I was a little worried I wasn't gonna be able to add because I was like, there's only so many commands I can add to a keyboard, and I'm already well over 250, 300 key commands. Because there's like, yeah, there's a lot. But now it's infinite, so that's great. So let's go ahead and continue. Let me pull up everything here. So yeah, so as what we did on Wednesday, the last thing was we were in this room. We ran into a couple of encounter cards. Let me try to organize things a little bit here. But yeah, we fought a couple monster fights. We fought a group of hellbats and a couple of respawning spores that did an awful lot of damage to, if I remember correctly, I think it was Murphy and Isamu being so close to them. But yeah, we ran into carrion beetles, and we had a stalking in the dark. If I remember correctly, we failed it. So therefore, we're how many? We've already got 5 growing dread cards in the stack. Suspicion's looking really bad. But we found another pistol. And yeah, that's about it. Oh yeah, and we found that Book of the Occult, which we already used. But that thing is pretty slick. So you fell asleep. What did I miss? So not much, just explaining things. So let's continue with the adventure. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Not quite sure what it is. Music's playing, everything's working. So let's just move on. If I remember correctly, we ended the encounters, but we didn't do Hold Back the Darkness, so we will have to do that. And we're going to need, at this point, an 8+. Yeah, things aren't looking great for the team. So we end up getting an 8. We're good to go. And we're going to start off with Enrique. He's going to move up. Let's see, how many spaces does he have here between him and that door? 2, 3, 5. He's not going to make it to the door. Let's first roll for his grit. 2, he doesn't get it. So he's going to move up. 2, 3, 4. Oh, he can go this way, though. He's going to move up 1. Actually, can he do this one? 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to peek through. Actually, that's one thing we didn't do. That is actually one thing that we didn't do, and I am so sorry for that. We need to actually roll. What are the doorways? There's two of them. So the first one's located. Hopefully it's where I want it to be. So 3, so across the way. And the next one is exactly where I wanted it. So, yes. So this is an end cap. These two ways are doorways. Using the proper mine doors. So, yeah, back to Enrique. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's going to peek through that entrance. And what he's going to find is the Devil's Pit. Let me see if I can find that. It's not in a specific uh, game. Huh. Okay, I'm guessing this is part of a minor expansion because it's not showing any type. Oh wait, no, this is actually probably from Jargano. So the entrance, Devil's Pit sounds like a gay bar. Sure does. Um, gonna put it right here. It's facing this direction. And we'll get rid of this. We don't need it anymore. And since it's a full room, it gets an exploration token. So next, it's going to be Montana. She's going to roll for her grit. Doesn't get it. Does anybody need any healing? Not really. Enrique might, but everybody looks like they're doing pretty solid. So she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's going to scavenge this very room. She finds something. What she finds is... Ooh, something shiny. So she gets 10 XP. She's getting super close to level 4. Cannot wait. So let's punch that in. Potential bug. Hold on 1 second. All of a sudden, my still set to token. Should not be set to token. Hold on 1 second. If I do this, that should go right back. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but something stopped. Something killed the variable that I have. So we did the scavenge. We now have to do the experience. So she gains 10 XP. There's another bug I'm gonna have to look into. I need to spend a day just bug fixing. Montana. Gains 10. Apparently that's still working. Good. Uh, and then we draw a d6, roll a d6, and we decide what we're getting. Number 1, which is 1 dark stone. So Montana generated 1 dark stone. We going dancing in the Devil's Pit, Tony? Depends. We gotta draw a card for it, and we'll see what happens. Because it's going to have the advanced rule set for this. If the only thing is, I'm not going to go through the entire stack of mining stuff. What is the card? Hell Pit? It's called Hell Pit? Okay. If Hell Pit's in here, we'll use it. If it's not, then I really don't want to go through the entire stack. It's a giant stack. Why is that in there? No. I'll put that away for now. And reorganize everything here. So she gets 1 dark stone, and she's getting 10 XP. That's pretty much all she found inside that room. There we go. And get the scavenge tokens. That room's been scavenged once. That would be, which room is it? This room right here has been scavenged once. 1 out of 2. So next, she's done. We're gonna go to, is it Murphy? No, it's Samu. Samu's gonna go and roll for his grit. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's gonna go ahead and do a scavenge as well. Doesn't find anything. Next is Murphy. I need to make sure I do this. There we go. Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Montana still has that tentacle problem. Yeah. Tentacle arms. So she's not getting her crit rolls on attacks. So he's going to roll for his grit. He got it. Good for Murph. So add 1 grit. Chat bar's in the way there. And he's also going to scavenge. Since we can actually scavenge that room, he can scavenge that room 1 more time than the max. And he finds something. Draw a gear card and 10 XP for Murphy. So Murphy gains 10 XP. And he gets a gear card. We find a mead jug. Discard to heal D6 wound sanity of any mix. If a 1, 2, or 3 is rolled for the amount healed, also gain that many rage tokens. So this is great for the Vikings, the Viking characters, because getting those extra rage tokens, really nice. But either way, basically we got another, actually we have like a mixture of whiskey and bandages. So that's what that looks like. Again, we push everything over, Tad, so y'all can get a better view of the cards. So that's the end of everybody's activations. Now we do the exploration thing. Exploration thing is what I said. I'm probably going to program that in here, that when it reaches 0, I'm probably just going to have it do exploration and all that. So what we get is another encounter and 1 doorway. And we'll go ahead and roll for that doorway. It's a 3. So therefore, it's going across. Other 2 locations are and caps. These two guys. And I'll go ahead and just kind of move this right about there. So that's a doorway. This is a doorway still. It might actually be faster to turn around. No, actually, they're already close. They're like 5 away. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the same. It's the same distance no matter which direction we go. At least for these two characters. And I want them to be in the lead. So we might just have to keep going straight. Next, we need to do an encounter card for the mines. So let's see what happens. Broken skulls. A large pile of broken and muddy skulls rests here. There must be hundreds of them. As you stare in disbelief, a faint green glow begins to emanate from within the pile, and a hissing whisper rings in your ears. Death! Death to traitors! Your skulls will be added to our own! Spirit 5+. Everybody needs to make it. And I'll go ahead and read every little detail, because, per usual, sometimes there's extra XP for every amount of whatever you roll. Here we go. For every roll of 5+, draw a scavenge card as you stumble over something buried in the skulls. For each die rolled on this test that does not roll a 5+, take a number of horror hits equal to your hero level. That's horrible. So, we'll just do this in order here. Spirit 5+ test, huh? People are going to be freaking out at the end of this. So, 3d6 at 5+. So, Enrique gets a scavenge. This could be worse than... Oh, this card is terrible. Is there a way for me to avoid this card? I'll take it, I guess. So, Enrique finds 10 experience. Actually, I can. Murphy. If I get a really bad one of these, I can use Murphy. At least one of those skulls is mine, I just know it. And then Enrique needs to roll. Come on, dice roller, you can do it. 5. So, Enrique found a gear card. Sacred Robes. For magic only. Holy or magic only, so it's useless to me. But +2 health, once per fight, spend 1 ability token, key, mana, or etc. To heal D3 wounds. Once per fight. That's pretty sweet. +2 health is always nice, too. Unfortunately, he failed 2 of those. So he has to take a number of horror hits equal to your hero level. So they're 3. So 3 horror hits for each one. So that's 2 failures. So 6 horror hits at 5+. What's he got? Enrique's got... he's got 10 health. This won't kill him. Oh, God. Yeah, he took 5 points of sanity damage. Dude's seen enough death. He's scared of skulls making sounds. So, -5 health. Ouch. Next is Montana. It's like, this is when I want them to have low spirit, so less chances of all this awful stuff happening. She needs to make 3d6 at 5+ as well. She did good. So she found 2 scavenge, but she takes 3 horror hits. So we'll do the horror hits first. She saves 1, takes 2, so 4 points. Wait, 2 points. So she takes 2 points sanity damage. And we now have to roll. Well, not roll, but pull out 2 scavenge cards. Ugh. Oh. Oh, no. So, we're up to 6 Growing Dread cards. We are probably going to bail on this mission when we get to the fight, because 6 Growing Dread cards, that's a party wipe. And 3 horror hits that do 2 sandy damage a pop. But hey, she gets 10 XP. 20 XP, actually. She is so close to leveling. And 3 horror hits, so she needs to make 4 pluses against these 3 horror hits. Come on, dice roller. I know you can do it. So she takes 4 points of damage. It rolled twice, didn't it? We're gonna go with the first roll. So they do 2 points of sanity damage apiece, so 2 failures, so therefore she takes 4 points of sanity damage. Yeah, she is bloodied in the mind at this point. Oh my god. Okay, so next is Isamu. Isamu needs to also... He's luckily the other 2 members of the party are just a spirit too, so... And they have to make 5 pluses, right, against these things. So he passes one, fails the other. So he's going to take 3 horror hits. Because he's level 3. Wow. Samu made all of them. And let's see what he finds in scavenging. Oh, wait. I just thought of something. So he gets 10 XP. Oops, I better grab the right character here. So he gains 10 experience. Going back to that Growing Dread card is the worst possible card you can draw from Scavenge. I am going to use the Looking Glass to try to cancel that out. So I need to roll a 5 plus, I believe. But that's it. Like, I can't use this until the next turn. Yeah, so I need a 5 plus to cancel this out. I can't wait to get my dice. I love this dice roller, but with my internet being the way it is... Did it roll it? No, we didn't get it. So we still have the Growing Dread card. Yeah, it's worth the try. And then finally, Murphy. Needs 5 pluses. Gets 1, fails the other. Needs to make 3d6 saves with 5 plus. Supposed to be running at 150 meg. But I checked earlier before the stream and I'm running at like 12. Not happy with my internet. And that's kind of been a thing for like a while now. He passes all of them. So he doesn't take... Go Murph. He doesn't take any sanity damage. But now he has to roll... Well, not roll, but pick from a scavenge. And he finds a gear card and 10 XP. So I might have to create a button to manually set my variables in case I ever run into that issue again, because I don't want to have to run in and fix everything when I can just press a button. And what Murphy finds, is a padded jacket. It adds +3 to health, and it has 2 upgrade slots. That is awesome. Which means I could possibly put another... Well, I can't put a grip. A grip needs to be on a weapon. But I might be able to put a void crystal in there and increase his damage output. Problem is I'm pretty sure everybody is maxed out on their weight at this point. Actually, I'm certain everybody's maxed out on their weight at this point, because Murphy's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 8. Or is it double your weight? I'll have to look into that again, but I'm pretty sure... it might be double your weight. I might be thinking the dynamite rules +3. I'll have to look up weight again. And you know what? Why not? I'll check it out right now. Oh my god. Where's the game rule book? That's a Valley Surfing Kings. There it is. So give me a second to look up weights, because that's actually very important. If it's double your strength value, that's so much better right now for everybody. What I love about these books is they actually have icons and they're and the tokens to represent everything. So that when you can go through, if you're more visual like me, all you gotta do is find the little icon. You're like, oh, there it is. That's the rule. They did a wonderful job at building these rule books, in my opinion. People like me need them. But there's a good chance. Here we go. Weight limits. Oh, okay. Even better. So a hero may only carry 5 plus their strength value in weight icons. He can wear it. So he's a 10 instead of an 8. So it's 5 plus. I'm gonna have to put that in my my custom character sheets that I'm building, so that this way I'll probably just put underneath strength like +5 weight or max weight or something like that. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and put that on Murphy because I see that being very helpful for him. So it is a coat. So Murphy's gonna put on the padded jacket. So Murphy walks in, finds a whole bunch of skulls on the ground. Underneath the skulls, there's a padded jacket. He's just gonna go ahead and put it on. You know, nothing wrong with it. Just some strange jacket under some skulls. And it's got 2 upgrade slots. That is awesome. So that means he's +3 health, so I need to add that to his character list. Maximum health. He's at 21, so he's 24 now. Oh, that's Montana. He's, yeah, 21, so he's 24. There. That increased his health till that jacket's destroyed. God, it's got upgrades too. Yeah, so that's what. I'll take this away. That's what it looks like. Pretty slick. So, it being everybody's activated. No, everybody's done their encounters. Everybody's activated. It's the end of the turn. We actually went down the track, and so therefore, that rope's been scavenged. Therefore, we have to do hold back the darkness at 8 plus. So Murphy pulls out the lantern, holds it up, trying to hold back whatever's coming out of the dungeon, and fails. It's once per adventure I can do it, but I do have those stakes. I'm just gonna let it go for now. I can always use the stakes when it gets closer to a growing dread, although our stack is getting a little too big. So, it's the beginning of the round, and we're starting off with Enrique. Yeah, Montana's not looking good. Does Enrique have any... He does have a whiskey. He's gonna pop a cork on that whiskey bottle and just force feed it to Montana. And she's gonna gain back... Well, this is gonna be the grit roll first. So 5 or 6, nothing. But she's gonna gain back 3 points of sanity. Montana's gaining back 3 points of sanity. So she's no longer at bloodied status. And therefore, Enrique is now 1 down on whiskey. See, I'm wondering if I can have scrolling text inside that field. If I can do that, then I can have like I can kind of have like little bits of information popping in and out. Oh, I might actually just put all the information in that bar too. So it's still Enrique's turn. He's going to move up. Which way is better for him? He can go 1, 2, 3, 4, or he can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and scavenge. Honestly, if we do go here, it is faster to get everybody here and have these guys with their turn still. But I do want them in the front. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and Enrique's gonna scavenge the room. He gets one, and what he finds is nothing but 10 XP. Gladly take that. Next is Montana. She's gonna roll for her grit. Doesn't get any, but she's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's also going to scavenge this room. She doesn't find anything. Next is Isamu. And get rid of this. Isamu's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and peek through that doorway. And what he finds on the other side of the door is the Black Pool. It is part of the Cavern of Cinders expansion. I'll be right back. And do we have room? I'll get rid of some of these tiles. This is stretching quite across the table. And wow, well, I guess it's just dust. Well, it looks a little bit worn. But we have an exploration token. Hopefully it's another clue. I want to get out here as soon as possible. But that growing dread stack is definitely telling me otherwise. We're going to have problems. So, generates an exploration token. Isamu went, he peeked through the room. We now have Murphy. Murphy needs to roll for his grit. Doesn't get it back. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to scavenge that room. Which reminds me, I might as well... I'm on the wrong trackpad. Did I get rid of it? There it is. So we'll go ahead and just leave this on this room to show that this room has been scavenged. And so he's rolling 46. Doesn't find anything. So it's the end of everybody's activation. We now move on to the exploration phase. And what we get is... depth event and encounter and 1 doorway. So let's go ahead and do the doorway. It's going to be on 3, which is, again, just across. It doesn't have a special rule. I think it has a special rule. Yes, it does. So let me get some end caps. We can do something about that. So that's an end cap. That's an end cap. And that's a doorway. So we have to do a depth event as well and an encounter. So let's do well, we have to do it typically in order. So let's roll the depth event. We have to roll 1d6. I was like, please, please, please be a 6. And sure enough, we rolled a 6. So, I mean, I'll read it off just the same. Let me pull it up here. I knew I forgot something. I usually pull these up before the stream. So I need these guys and these guys. Yes, I want to open all of them. Okay, so we're in the mines. These are all the town stay locations. I need the mines. There we go. So on a 6, we got a stubborn resolve. This place is horrible and unforgiving, but you're not about to give up without a fight. Each hero may immediately heal D6 wounds sanity, any mix, or recover 1 grit. KO'd heroes are immediately recovered. We all know the recovery rules, 2d6 wounds and everything. So, but we get to either choose d6 wounds sanity or 1 recover a grit. Let's see how everybody's doing here. If I remember correctly, Enrique needs health. So I'm going to roll for Enrique's. I need 1d6. He gets 2 points back. I might as well put them in his sanity. So Enrique's now got 7. That's better. Next is Montana. She's actually doing all right, so I might just grant her a grit. Kisamu, I'd say he's doing all right. I want to get him up to full. I mean, a grit's nice, but I do want to get him up as best as I can to full. And 2s all around, I guess. I might as well put that into a sanity. So I'm going to give Isamu 2 points of sanity. And then Murphy's going to roll for his health as well. He needs some health. Come on, dice roller. Do it. Full 6. So he's going to be getting... What is he up to? Well, you know what? I'll just all I got to do is press the add button. I don't need to do anything else. So he's getting back 6 health. He's up to 23. Awesome. And Murphy's becoming super stout now that he got that padded jacket. All I got to do is upgrade it. So the depth event was awesome. That was a good depth event. So we finished that. Now we have to go on to the encounter. And let's see what the encounter deck has in store for us this time around. Fire Spirit. Wonder what all this means. Hellfire? Dancing around the walls and ceiling of the room, a fiery imp sparks and sputters with red flame, only pausing long enough to whip its tail and laugh at you with a mocking tone. If you can catch it, you may discover something useful. Everybody needs to make a 6+ test. Uh-oh. Don't roll 1s. Okay, so I'll read the rest. If successful, gain 30 XP. Oh my god, Montana. Gain 30 XP, and you may look at the top 2 cards of any deck, choosing 1 card to discard and the other to place back on top. For each 1 rolled during this test, you are seared by the fire spirit, gaining burning markers. For each 1. Who has grit? Everybody but Enrique. So Enrique needs to make an agility test. He's got a 3. I'm confident in him. Was it a 6? Oh, it's a 6+. Of course it is. So this was the previous card. So 3d6. He needs 6 pluses. He gets it. So he gets 30 XP. And we may look at the top of any deck. So what do I want to do? Enrique gets 30 experience. And he's getting close too. And we're going to look at the top of any deck. I'm going to look at our Growing Dread card pile. I got to read that again. For each 1 rolled during this test, you are seared by Fire Spirit, gaining the Burning Token. If successful, gain 30 XP, and you may look at the top 2 cards of any deck, choosing 1 card to discard and the other one to place. Growing Dread. No questions there. So the first one, the top one, was at what cost through the struggle. Though you struggle on to complete your honorable goals, you begin to realize that this test of your courage may take deeper toll than you have imagined. Until the end of this adventure, anytime a hero is KO'd, 1 health permanent removal. that might be the one. Last stand. Now it comes to it. In this final hour, you shall make your stand here. As the darkness looms large, you recoil at the horrors taking shape before your eyes. During the next fight, or the current one, whenever the hold back the darkness roll has failed, add D3 plus 1 creeping shadows to the fight as an ambush. We've had this before, and it was pretty awful. And luckily, we're not playing 5 or 6 players, so we don't have to worry about the additional roll because it's D6 minus 2 instead of D3. I'd rather deal with this than have permanent damage. Because, if I remember correctly, the creeping shadow wasn't too hard. It's just they can actually be on the same tile as the same space as a player. So they can move in and out freely. So we'll keep this one. And we'll get rid of this junk. And I hope we pass all of these. I might spend all the grid I can to pass these, because if we can pass them, we can start dropping down that Growing Dread deck. It says any deck, too, by the way. So, back to it then. Montana also needs to make an agility test, so it's a 3 again. She does have 2 grit, so I can re-roll if I need to. Come on, Montana. I'm going to have her spend a grit. Did she roll any ones? Hold on. I might just let it go. For each one rolled during this test, you are seared by a spirit. So nothing really bad happens if I just let this go. She could roll ones. I need to remember that. But anyway, I'm gonna let that slide. Nothing happens better than her taking some burning markers and losing health over time. Is it burning? Yeah, burning. Next is gonna be Isamu. Oh god, Murphy has a 1 agility. So Isamu has a 2 agility. Come on, buddy. Roll them dice. I'm gonna spend a grit to re-roll those. I don't want that one. But I could get another one for all I know. Did I roll the same damn thing? I sure did. So I spent a grit to just re-roll the same damn dice. So he gets a burning marker. We go out. We'll work our way backward when it comes to players. So number 15 is going to be a burning marker. So it's 2 wounds per turn. But I got to remember what the general rule is. And only generated the 1. And that is on Isamu. Let me pull out the burning card. So I want to see again what it does. I'm not 100% on it. It's bleeding, burning. Okay, so burning marker. Status effect: when a model has 1 or more burning markers on it at the start of its activation, remove 1 of those burning markers and the model takes 2 wounds, ignoring defense. So, yeah, every turn we remove 1, gains 2 wounds, ignoring defense. But if there's armor, we're good. Next is Murphy. He's got 1 d6 roll. I mean, he can just take it. Yeah. I'm not going to waste a grit, because I'll just roll another 1. So we'll go ahead and generate another burning token. And we'll add 1 to it. That's going to be on Murphy. Oh, the chat is just in the way every time. I'm just going to have to move it. And there we go. Although I could move this over here. That's better. See more of the screen. So, both Murphy and Isamu are on fire because this imp came out of whatever this well is. It set them aflame while he's laughing and being a pest. I don't think I have that card in this deck. Let me see if the additional card is in here. Black Blood of the Earth. If it is, I'll definitely pull it out and use it. So I don't have it in this deck, and I'm not gonna like I keep saying, I'm not gonna go through the entire. It'll take me forever to go through the entire encounters deck just to find one card. So we're gonna move on, and so that basically finished this stuff here. We still only have 2 clue tokens at this point. We should be finding the next one should be a clue token, and I want to say that should probably be the room we're looking for, because our chances of success at that point. Of course, when we find the 4th clue token, we found the monster. But the next one, we just don't roll a 1. So it's the end of all the everybody's activation. We did the encounter. We are now moving on to the hold back the darkness phase. We need to roll an 8 plus. We did not make it. I'm going to use one of the, well, it's a darkness card. We'll just take the darkness card. So we move up, and we now have to draw a darkness card. Let's go ahead and pull one of those bad boys out. Eyes in the Dark. Anytime a hero recovers 1 or more grit, they also take 1 corruption hit. Oh, that's a bad card. Can I get rid of that? I already used Murphy's Norse traveling pants, so can't use that. I need to find characters who actually help me get rid of darkness and growing dread, because they exist. There's classes that do that, but I went really heavy on combat. Yeah, I've got nothing. And this stack of items is getting huge. Getting new. Oh wait, we didn't use the Keeper's Eye yet. I'm keeping that. No, no, wait, no, no, and no. I've got nothing, so it's sticking around. So every time we get grit, we have to take a corruption hit. Oof, that's painful. Okay, so I might actually have those lining up the side again instead of down here since I got the player sheets. Might look better. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. So we failed the hold back the darkness. Now we're moving on to the next round, starting with Enrique. Enrique's gonna move up. Well, first he's gonna roll for his grit. He needs a 5 or a 6. Hey, all right. Enrique gains 1 grit back and takes a corruption hit. He needs a 5 plus. Oh, that's horrible. At least everybody's at 0 corruption. Doesn't make it, so he's going to take that hit. Man. So he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently, this is an actual space, so he can actually move through it. It's still lagging. I wonder if it's constantly resetting. No. It should not be running this slow. It's like the best camera I have in here, and yet it's lags. Doesn't make sense. So next is Montana. She's going to roll for grit. She got a 4, so she didn't get it back, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 5. I really need to find a way to increase her speed. And she's going to scavenge that room. You know, I failed to do that with Enrique, but that's okay. So she's going to scavenge that room. She doesn't find anything. Next is Isamu. He's rolling for his grit. When I get my dice set in, you're probably going to see me use those instead of these. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to search that room. That second roll is ignored. He doesn't find anything. Next is going to be Murphy, and Murphy's got his grit roll. He doesn't get his grit back, but he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And why not? Let's have him scavenge the room. He finds 2 scavenge. So let's see what Murphy finds. There we go. Nothing but 20 XP. And I am fine with that. Murphy is climbing up. Good for you, bud. So that's the end of all their activations. In the end of the round, and I keep forgetting to do this. So we have a hold back the darkness at 8 plus still. Did we go down the track on that room? I don't think we did. Let me double check how many rooms we're in right now. We are in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in. So that's where we're supposed to be. We're getting closer to this dungeon becoming extremely difficult. If this room doesn't have the clue token, we're going to be in trouble. I mean, we already kind of are with how many? 4 Growing Dread cards? We do have a way to cancel the Growing Dread card that's really bad in there. So, the ones that remain in play, we can just straight up get rid of later after we read all the rest of them. Because the Keeper's Eye specifically says just cancel a card. So, once we finish going through the Growing Dread stack, because I want to see which one's possibly the worst. There's some in there that just straight up deal some stupid damage. So, did we do the Hold Back Darkness? We did not. So let's go ahead and roll for the Hold Back the Darkness. What is with these low rolls, bro? Okay, so we failed again. So therefore, the darkness comes out one more step. Back at the beginning of the round, Enrique goes first. He's going to move up 2 first. He's going to do his scavenge. This guy wants to mutate, I swear. So he gets another not scavenge, he gets another grit. And now he's going to search through the room. And what he finds is the campsite. This is part of the Cinders expansion. And the direction it's coming in is this way, so we'll just get rid of this guy. And we'll move this back. Bring this here. It's a pretty tight fit there. And the fire spirit was in that room. That's opened with it. Generates an exploration token. There's 2 exits. Where was he? He was right in front of Murphy. And that's the end of his activation. We're gonna move on to Montana. She's rolling for her grit. Nothing. She moves up 1, 2, 3. She should be able to reach anything in that room from here. And I'll keep her there, which is good because this is gonna be an opening to here if anybody wants to attack her. So she's gonna stay right there, and she's going to scavenge that room, trying to get her to level as quickly as possible. And that's the end of her activation. Next is Isamu. He's gonna roll for his grit. Nothing. Moves up 1, 2. He's gonna stay right there, and he's gonna scavenge that room. Nothing. Next is Murphy. I should be using the initiative tracker. And Murphy is going to move up 1, 2. He's going to roll for his grit. Doesn't get any. And he's going to scavenge that room with his 4d6. Nothing. That's the end of all their activations. We're going to flip that token over. If it's a clue token, we're safe from being in the third and final part of the depth track, which we'd have to make 9 pluses on, and that's not going to be easy. Also, there are some growing dread cards that, for every growing dread marker that we passed, we're in trouble. So hopefully we don't have those. So let's go ahead and flip that exploration token. Oh my god. Well, the next room is definitely a clue token. Wow. Do I have a way of like getting rid of that and trading it? I could have sworn I had a way of doing that. Man. It's a shame. I really needed that to be a clue token. So we have to do 2 encounters in this room, and there's 2 doorways. They're both doorways. Ridiculous. This was a long dungeon. We're already 9 tiles in, actually 10 tiles in now. That sucks. So we're moving on with the first encounter, and it's called Damned If You Do. A dark specter stands watch in the shadows before you. As you approach, it extends one ghostly arm out to block the path with an icy chill. In your mind, a soulless whisper demands payment for your dark past. So each hero must choose offer payment or stand by your choices. So if I offer the payment, I have to discard $100 plus an extra 50 for every corruption point and mutation I currently have. Nothing bad happens. Stand by your choices. Roll a d6 for each corruption point and mutation you currently have. On a roll of 1 or 2, you immediately gain another corruption point mutation. Whichever. Okay, we're gonna pay. We have money. No, Enrique, not so much. Enrique, it's $100 plus every point of corruption and whatnot, so he's gonna pay $200. Yeah, I'm not messing with this guy. So Enrique's gonna pay $200 to avoid that, and then Montana has her tentacle arms and no corruption points, so she's paying 150. What a dick. Next is Isamu. He doesn't have any mutations, but he doesn't have anything, so he's just gonna pay the 100. Wow, out of everybody, the enforcer paid the least. The guy who does have a shady past. And then Murphy, he's got 2. Yeah, he's got no corruption points, right? So he's got no corruption points, but he's got 2 of those. He's got the tentacle fingers and the mustache. So he's going to be dropping $200, but he's rich. He doesn't care. Murphy walks around with a fat stack in his wallet. So that's the end of that. Good riddance. And we got one more. I don't know why I have this deck out. You know, let me put it away. I think I pulled this out because I needed specific cards. cards keep taunting me, taking up space on my game table. There. That's better. Now we have a lot more space. Okay. And then we got one more encounter. Oh no, the dark below. The darkness grows stronger here. You can feel it in the air. Draw a darkness card. Yeesh. And I don't know if I want to get rid of that Keeper's Eye already. But we'll see how bad this darkness card is. Piercing the Veil. Heroes may not make armor rolls. Each time a hero is KO'd, all heroes are -2 sanity until the end of the adventure, to the minimum of 1. Man, the cards are really stacked against us this time around. Who would have known? Okay, so I guess moving on. Um, Everybody went. We did the encounters. Moving on to Hold Back the Darkness at 8+. It's probably the last time I'll be able to do this roll. Is that a 6? Please tell me it's a 6. It is. So we made that. We're good to go. Good job, Murph. And so what we're going to do is we're probably going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter which way we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 3, 4, 5. We'll just go this way. And Enrique's going to peek through that door. I figured as much. He finds a hallway, a small, short passage. And let me go get that. That is, well, it's in any game, really. So he finds a short passage. So no exploration token found. This has been a long ass dungeon. We've actually made it to the third and final part of the adventure. Wow. Next is going to be Montana. Montana's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't roll for. Did I roll for Enrique's grit? I don't think I did. I think I just had him move. So he didn't get it. But Montana is at her maximum. I'm going to spend a grit on her so she can keep up. Does she really need to? Hold on. Next turn, she's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. No, she doesn't need to do it. Never mind. She's going to stay right here and she's going to scavenge. She finds one thing in the scavenge, and what she finds is 10 XP. She is so close. Oh, she's 30 experience away. It's like a couple shots with the gun. Next is going to be Isamu. Isamu is going to roll for his grit. Doesn't get it, but he moves up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to scavenge. I should probably move some of these scavenge tokens around. So this one's been scavenged once. He's going to scavenge. He finds one. We've been pretty lucky so far with scavenging. It's been a while since I've seen money in a scavenge. So he's getting 75 gold because of Murphy's bonus and 10 XP. So Isamu is generating 75 gold. And he's also getting 10 XP. Sweet. Next, I better... You know what? I'm going to go ahead and pull up a scavenge token. Oh, we haven't done the burning. So, I forgot about that. So, those are gone, but Murphy and Isamu need to take damage. So, he took 2. Oops, not added 2. He took 2. And same goes for Isamu. Isamu took 2 points of damage from the burning from that little imp earlier. And he's going to need healing. So Murphy, that was Asamu's turn. Now Murphy is going to roll for his grit. Gets nothing, but he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's gonna do a few things because I think some people need some health and sanity. Yeah, he's going to pop out some bandages. Murphy's going to. Well, he doesn't have any anymore. He has tons of dynamite though. And who's next to him? Is it Enrique? Enrique has a lot of bandages, so I'm gonna have him pull some bandages off of Enrique, and he's gonna heal up Isamu. He's gonna pull another one. I feel like this is around the time we need to start healing up because the next room is definitely gonna be a boss fight. He gets 5, so he's at full health now. So he did. How much he have left? 6 points. So he's going to be generating some experience from that. So Isamu got back 6 points of health. Therefore, Murphy generated 30 experience. Nice. And then he's going to scavenge that room. How's Murphy doing? Yeah, he's doing all right. Doesn't find anything in there. That's right. I was gonna make us. We'll just put the scavenge token here. Everybody's about to leave that room. So that's the end of Murphy's turn. We're now going on to Hold Back the Darkness. At 9 plus now. We don't get it, so the darkness is going to move down 1. And we have to now draw a darkness card. And what the darkness card is going to be is Search and Destroy. All soldier enemies are now +1 damage to all their attacks. Yikes. Next guy we're gonna... Whoop. That's the wrong card. Sorry. There we go. I have to put numbers on them. So that's the end of the Hold Back Darkness that we failed on. Now the team has to move forward. And we're about to go into a boss fight. Because there's no way that... I mean, either one of these at this point is a clue token. Well, as long as we don't roll a 1 on the test, because it's +2 per token, correct? Oh wait, no, we could still fail it on a. So I'm guessing we need a 3+. Anyway, where's it? A 5+. Brain's not working. So yeah, I think we need a 3+. So he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3. He's gonna Enrique's going to roll for his grit. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna peer through that room. Hopefully he doesn't find a flippin' passage. He finds a dark stone boulder, part of the, it looks like, the derelict ship expansion. Yeah, we're gonna have to start getting rid of rooms because I don't think I can get this into the shot. Can I? I mean, if I zoom the camera out, I definitely can. Yeah, we'll just get rid of tiles. There's that. Generates an exploration token. And we'll get these ready. Because there's still a chance that this isn't gonna be the room we're searching for. Now that I'm thinking about it, we actually needed 2 clue tokens to make it a guaranteed room. Because we needed 8+ to find the lair of the monster. And so far this has been one of the longest dungeons one of the longest dungeons I've been in. So all the non-clue exploration tokens are here. That's the end of Enrique's turn, so we're gonna move on to Montana. Montana's at full grit. She's just gonna move 1, 2, 3. Ugh, I don't want her being there. She's just gonna move there, and she's gonna roll for scavenge in that room that we were in. Doesn't find anything. Next is going to be Isamu. Isamu is going to roll for his grid as well. This has been a weird dungeon. He does find a grip, but if I remember correctly, we have a problem here. He's got to roll for corruption. So Isamu does gain his grip back. I think either way I have to roll on the grit. So I'm going to roll for Montana. If she did roll, well, it's if you gain a grit. And she's at max grit, so she wouldn't really gain one. So, yeah. So he also needs to make a corruption test, 5+. Since he gained that token. If I remember correctly, it's one of these cards. Yeah, there it is. Anytime a hero recovers 1 or more grit, they also take 1 corruption hit. So we're kind of SOL. He doesn't get his grit back, but he's going to move up 1, 2, 3, and he's probably going to scavenge that room. He's got a 3 on his scavenge. He finds something. Nice. 25, again, 75 gold and 10 XP. So Samu pretty much got back his gold from that dude. And 10 XP. Very nice. And then finally Murphy's going to move up. 1, 2, 3. He's going to check for grit. Doesn't get it, but why not? We'll have him. Well, how's everybody doing? Enrique. If I had somebody who can do everything, heal somebody fully, I guess I could pull out a whiskey bottle for him. Oh, Montana could use some whiskey. But he's gonna roll. I'm gonna have Murphy roll for a scavenge, so he gets 1. And what he finds is inside this creepy room with the darkstone in it. Of course he does. Horror hits. So Murphy first off gains 10 XP, and now he has to make 3 horror hits that do 2 sanity a pop. Wasn't there a card that stops armor? Well, Murphy doesn't have. Well, actually, hold on. Does Murphy have spiritual? No, that's Isamu. Isamu has a spirit armor. So Murphy's going to take 3 horror hits at 5+. Saves 1, fails 2, so he's taking 4 points of sanity damage. Yep, sanity damage. So -4. That hurt. And we'll get rid of that card. Do I want to heal anybody? Enrique seems like somebody that needs to have his sanity up a little bit. Same thing with Montana. She's getting close. Because this is about to potentially be a problem. Okay, well, we're going to call it there. And that's the end of that round. Everybody's activated, so I'm going to add a little... Like I said, I'm going to add a little reminder for exploration and everything. What would that be? Just end of phase stuff. I'll come up with like some type of phrasing for it. But anyway, we have to flip over this exploration token. Oh, look at that. Oh, God. Darkness and an encounter. 2 doorways, so both doorways are entrances. But let's first roll on this. It's, if I remember correctly... If I remember correctly, the Night Terror mission. And it's +2 for every token we found. So we need to roll 3 pluses on this. That's Night of the Dead. Hmm. Might be in this one. Yeah. So anytime the hero find a clue token on an exploration token, they must roll a d6, adding +2 for each clue they have found. If the total is 8 or higher, the room is the final objective room. So we got to roll and see if this is the actual room. So again, we've got 3 clue tokens. That's already bringing us to a 6. We need 3 pluses. We need a 3 plus to make this the room. Oh, thank God. I don't want to go to another room. So we're ignoring the darkness and encounter and the doorways. So we now have to bring up an absolutely horrible card, but we do have a way to get rid of some of these growing dreads. So let's first pull up the monster card. So we need to find the monster. It's the brutal side of it. Night Terror. Oh, they got a lot of health. For initiative. So he shares it with Enrique. So if I remember correctly, I don't. Did I already use it? I think I already used Enrique's ability to go first. Yeah, I did. At least I think I did. Well, either way. So let's see what we got here. So they're Terror 2. Anybody standing on the same map tile takes 2 horror hits at the start of their activation. Soul Drain. Night Terror horror hits do 2 sanity damage each. Holy crap. Claws. Night Terror combat hits count as 2 hits each. Oh, yeah, and I forgot. Boop, 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 and boop. It gets all of it. So the lumbering creature that the heroes are hunting is a brutal night terror. So we're using the red side, which we are. In addition to being brutal, the creature also has the tough ability, so he's immune to critical hits. And gets an extra D plus 6 health times the hero posse level. So he's generating, we're 3, so was that times 6? Oh, plus 6 health. Oh, times, yeah, so 6 times 3 is what, 18? So 38 health total. You know what I'm going to do? Just to remember and tally it up, I'm going to take a wound marker. I'll make this easier on myself. So I'll take one of the wound markers, turn it into wounds. And it's what, 36, correct? So we'll just add 35 to that. And we'll just kind of trickle downward. Perfect. That's awesome. Tokens are working out pretty well. So he's got 36 health. Um, okay, and the Night Terror gets an extra. Wait, hold on a minute here. Okay, we're not level 4, so I'm not reading that. Actually, hold on a minute here. Let me reread this. The lumbering creature that the heroes are hunting is a brutal night terror. So we did that. In addition to being brutal, the creature also has tough ability, immune to critical hits, and gets an extra d6, extra 6 plus hero posse level in health. Um, so if the hero posse is 4, all that example. If the hero posse is level 5 or higher, the creature is not just brutal, gets. So if it were level 5 and higher, it would have gotten all the elite abilities. So goodbye. We're not dealing with that. So we're just dealing with what's on that card right now. This ain't bad. The only thing that scares me is the sanity damage. That's going to be bad. And then on top of that, what's on these growing dread cards? What is messing with me here? Go away. So, night terrors are one of the ways to diagnose certain mental health disorders. Tip the day. Yeah, very much so, bro. How are you doing, by the way, Moose? You missed out quite a lot of fun on Saturday. I think Shock's trying to set something up for tomorrow. Um, so we did all the objectives, reveal all growing dread cards at the beginning of the fight, place a KO'd hero marker in the space, in any space. So I guess I'll just grab one of these. So I'll move this over a tad. There we go. So we'll just say the body that we found is here. Or where's the monster going to be? You know what? Let me get the Night Terror model. I'll be right back. I really need to finish basing these guys. So he's going to be... Is it an ambush? Nope. I don't see any rules about it being an ambush. So we put them on the far side of the room. We'll just say the body's like... We'll go ahead and put these on there. Just to show that the room is the layer. It's pretty much it. Kind of makes sense, though, considering it's got the Darkstone, the giant Darkstone deposit there. So there's the body of the person. If I remember correctly, the rules on it, I mean, he's not really important. If he lives, he lives. But we'll get to that here in a second. But we got to take down this Night Terror with 36 health. That's pretty awful. So, Night Terror, combat hits count as 2 hits each. So if he does manage to hit with 4 combat, if he does hit with all 4, oh my god. He does ridiculous damage. So 1 hit does 6 damage. And any one of those that hits is counted as 2. So a hit is 12 damage. Why not just put 12 damage? Yeah, why not just put 12 damage? I don't understand why they put that. There's nothing different than... Why would they separate it? Is there another rule for armor or something? Because you can't make a defense roll against hits that already struck. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, so yeah, so makes 4 combats. If one of them hits, that turns into 2 hits that I have to make a defense roll against. Okay. No, that's actually better than 12 damage. I'll take that. So, oh, that's horrible, though. He can down somebody in 1 turn. And if I remember correctly, we got some darkness cards that suck for this. Because I'm sure we're going to see somebody go down. Let me bring up the darkness cards. Oof. There it is. So, heroes may not make armor rolls. I don't have any armor on the team. Each time a hero is KO'd, all heroes are now -2 sanity till the end of the adventure. And this guy's stuff does... his horror hits are terrible. I'm going to have to move Enrique back so that he doesn't take any horror hits. Oh, man. He could die right now, to be honest with you. With this 7? 2 hordes at 3? No, he'd still have 1 sanity left if he failed both. And he will fail both. It's a 5+ he needs to make. So now let's move on to my favorite part of the game always, is the growing dread cards. We have to see how worse this gets. So, first one, Darkest Night. In the dark of night, the shadows move without hesitation to spread their dark tendrils across the world, consuming all within their tainted grasp. The darkness moves one step forward on the depth track. If this moves into a blood splatter, oh no, or a growing dread space, the heroes must discard a random team ability card or take 3 corruption each. This is gonna take a while, I think. So, yes. Oh no, we're there. Okay. Phew. Nothing happens. Thank God. I was looking at the posse marker. I'm not used to it being in the third track. Dreaded knowledge. As you look out into the darkness rising all around, you begin to understand that no amount of soldiers or firearms could hope to hold back this evil for long. The darkness moves one step forward in the depth track. If this moves under blood splatter or growing dread space, every hero must take 6 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. Oh God. Do I have any? I do have the Keeper's Eye. Once per adventure, when drawing a Darkness Growing Dread artifact or gear card, draw 2 and choose which one to use. I guess we draw another random one and we decide which one we want. I guess we can do that. Wait, we have 5 cards? Oh my God. I mean, it's not going to kill anybody, but it's going to hurt. So I guess we'll do it. That's just going to add another frickin' card to the stack. Okay. Oh, God, this is just getting worse. All right, D6 sanity damage. Come on, man. I I kind of want to get rid of it, but at the same time, it's like if we get another one of these that advances the posse marker or the darkness marker. I mean, we're gonna get another growing dread card anyway, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. So I'll flip these back on the side so I don't see what they are. Keep them a surprise. Stupid card. So I'll do this so y'all might be able to read it. Question mark? Kind of. Yeah, I'll keep it. So we'll start with Enrique. Enrique is going to take what exactly? Lurking while working. Love you, buddy. Shock Blazer! What's up, bud? Give you one of these. Hope work goes quickly for you, man. Quickly and easily. So you can enjoy this beautiful Friday. So we'll start with Enrique. And we're going to roll a d6 and see how many he takes. Come on, dice roller, you can do it. Takes 4, so he needs to make 46 5+ saves. New internet connection, I'm sick of this. So he takes 3 points of sanity. So 3 points of sanity for Enrique. He's not doing good. Next is going to be Montana. She's taking 3, so she's going to make 3d6 4+ saves. She takes 1 point of sanity damage. Next is Isamu. He's going to take how many horror hits? Oh my God, a full 6. So 6d6, but he does have spirit armor. He saves 1. He has to take 5 spirit armor hits, which he needs also 5 pluses on. Doesn't get a single one, so he takes 5 sanity damage. There's gonna be a lot of alcohol being a lot of alcohol consumption to kind of get rid of this sanity problem. Is this sanity or corruption? Am I doing this right? Yeah, sanity damage. Hold on a minute. Was that ignoring willpower saves? So he took 6 points of sanity damage. Enrique actually took more than that. So that means that she took 1 additional. And he took... Yeah, this ain't looking good. And then finally Murphy is taking how many? Actually, he would have taken 5 because of the armor. I'll re-roll Osamu. Osamu does have 5 plus armor, which, I mean, spirit armor, which does ignore it. Murphy takes 1. This doesn't bother Murphy one bit. So, let me re-roll Osamu's, because he has 5 plus spirit armor. Team's not looking great after that card. As you all can see, some people are already close to a madness. The hell. Next Growing Dread card. Oh, and we add 1 to the stack. How can I forget? Dude, the new cards from the new Kickstarter are the worst ones. We shed our moral souls for the promise of power, and riches beyond the dreams of our forebears. With this burning brand, we are reborn into the darkness, oath of the Hellborn. For the rest of their adventure, all enemies except robots and hazards gain Retribution 2 whenever an adjacent hero assigns a hit. I'm going to cancel that. Whenever a hero assigns a hit to an enemy, it deals 2 basic hits back to that hero. You know what? I think we're going to bail on this mission, because there's just no way. But I'm going to cancel this one. Yeah. So I'm going to, well, I'll cancel it. I'm drawing another card and deciding which one I'd rather have. So it's either that or The Evil Within. Dark thoughts flood into your mind as you look around as your friends They never really liked you though, did they? They want all of the loot for themselves. Maybe you should give them what they really deserve. The hero with the fewest artifact cards and the least gold, if tied, we'll say the least gold, immediately lashes out as they momentarily overcome their jealousy. Every other hero immediately takes d6 hits that do 2 damage a pop. Yeah, I'll take that one. Striking an enemy and taking straight damage back, that sucks ass. For every hit, by the way. It is adjacent enemies, though. So, every other hero immediately takes... So, who's at the lowest amount of gold? Enrique, of course. So, everybody else is taking d6 hits. So, we'll start with Montana. Wow, all this just happened before they found this monster. Like, everybody's just freaking out. So, Montana's taking 3 hits. She gets her 4+. Doesn't say it ignores anything, right? No. So, she's getting 3 4+ saves. So, they do 2 damage a pop. So, Montana just took 2 damage from Enrique, that asshole. And next is Samu. He's going to be taking 4 points, 4 hits. He gets a 3+ against these. So he's taking 4 points of damage. Dang. And then finally Murphy. I figured he had something against the richest person on the team. So Murphy needs to make 66 4+ saves against this, because Enrique got super jealous. He's taking 8 points of damage. Screw you, Enrique. Oh god, this is just getting worse and worse. Next card. So we use the Keeper's Eye. Shockwaves from the void. A powerful blast of void energy ripples across reality, burning your mind and soul. Something terrible has happened or is about to. For each corruption point and mutation a hero currently has, they take 2 wounds and 2 sanity damage, ignoring defense and willpower. This is why I hate growing dread cards. But this game just, instead of fights, we're just constantly building that stack. We've fought like, I think, like what, 2 monster groups in here? I don't think we're gonna fight this guy. I think we're going to die. Probably even before. I think we're gonna see some heroes fall before the fight. Although I do know one of these cards is something that's just long-term monsters coming back. So, corruption and mutation. Enrique has 2 corruption points, no mutations, so he's taking 4 wounds and 4 sanity. He's downed. God, I hate growing dread. It's the worst flipping thing in the game. So -4 to the health and -4 to the sanity. Damn. Damn. We'll get to all the rest of that later. Next is Montana. She's got tentacle arms, no corruption, so she's taking 2 points apiece. So -2 and -2. She is now bloodied in the mind. Everybody's screwed up in the head right now. Isamu has, I think Isamu's clear. So he's got nothing. Next is Murphy. And Murphy's got tentacle fingers and his tentacle mustache. So he's going to take 4 points of wounds and 4 points of sanity damage. So 4 wounds for Murphy. Ow. And 4 wounds of sanity. Murphy is not doing well. This is all the growing dread cards, by the way. That's all that's been doing this. The growing dread cards have been the worst enemy in this adventure. And we're not done yet. So we'll put that one away, but now we're going to do a madness for Enrique. Let's get the adventure book out. Actually, I don't need the adventure book. The madness chart's right here. And we go back to the top. I will eventually add these to the stream. This way I don't have to go back and forth. Madness chart. Yeah, what's cool about that is at the moment they reach 0, I can force the madness chart to come on the screen and we can just roll for it. That would be sick. Or I could have it do a random roll on its own. I'd actually rather do it myself because there might be some changes to the roll based on darkness and everything. So we have to roll 2d6. It's the worst one. Okay. So, it's called Lost to the Darkness. You have descended into the dark depths of purest madness. With a final quiver, you crumple to the floor. You crumple to the floor and slip into a catatonic state that you are unlikely ever to recover from. Your hero is, for all intents and purposes, considered dead. Enrique just straight up died. Oh god. No, he's straight up out. Like, you can't bring him back until we go to a church and we can probably res him if we find a church. But for the rest of the adventure, or until I can res him, Enrique is officially a dead character. Goodbye, Enrique. Oh, that's horrible. I guess I need to create something in the stream to kind of just clear out his card. I do need to write that, though, mentally. Hold on. Lost to the darkness. Does he have a grit? Hold on one second. Let me take a look at something. When you recover from... Oh, you have to recover. We don't do this yet. He needs to be recovered before we can do that. So he is technically just down. And once he's recovered by a player, then we roll on the madness chart. I thought it was like the moment he died, he got the thing. So we have to wait till somebody recovers him. So he's down. He's down now. Oh my god. Who else is down? Nobody. Okay. Last stand. We've already read this one earlier. I kind of kept this one for a reason because less damage to sanity and wounds and health, the better. Now it comes to it. In the final hour, you shall make your stand here. As the darkness looms large, you recoil at the horrors taking shape before your eyes. During the next fight, or the current one, whenever the hold back the darkness roll is failed, which we are going to be failing on it, because 9 pluses are hard, add D3 -1 creeping shadows to the fight as an ambush. That's a bitch. So I'm going to put that right there to remind me. It's so laggy. I just don't get it. And then finally, dreaded knowledge. As you look into the darkness rising all around you, you begin to understand that no amount of soldiers or firearms could hope to hold back this evil for long. The darkness moves one step forward. Not to the darkness, bro. Actually, he's kind of safe because I screwed up on the rules. Anywho, I'm gonna bounce and hang with the boy toy. Hopefully you don't need a mod for the rest of the stream, but I'll see you, brother. Hey, Moose, thank you for dropping by, bro. I'll catch you later. Maybe tomorrow we'll play some games together after I do this stream. But again, man, take care. Have a good Friday. So the darkness moves one step forward on the depths track. If this moves into a blood splatter or growing dread, which it doesn't, every hero takes sanity damage, and we don't have to worry about that. Oh my god. I think we might still be able to pull out on this. We do have whiskey. We have a lot of whiskey. Actually, no, we have 5 things of whiskey. Because we need sanity on the board here. Wow. That growing dread was awful. Just awful. But we're 1 away from another darkness card. God, this is just going to get worse. We need to kill this guy ASAP. But he's got 36 wounds. He's got tough, so he ignores criticals. I can still deal some decent damage, but the problem is that it's the thing that we're going to run into against this guy. The problem we're going to run into him is... Oh, each time a hero is KO'd. I need to roll that too. I'm probably going to say we're not fighting because I honestly don't see us winning. Not getting criticals. I mean, we do deal some decent damage, but the problem I'm seeing here is everybody's going to have a madness by the end of this combat because he's doing 3 damage for every horror hit missed. You know what? Oh, God, in the creeping shadows. But right now we need to do the each time a hero is KO'd, all heroes are -2 sanity until the end of the adventure. Okay, so we'll start with Montana. Oh, -2 sanity total. How am I going to do this? You know what? I'll use these. So, is it you that's being... Yes, okay, so I'll use these 4. I don't have... I need to create an icon, I guess, for sanity as well. So I'm just going to... What do we have here? I'll use something that kind of represents it. We'll say... Yeah, we'll stick with wounds. So number 12 needs to be wounds as well. It's not changing. Oh, that's number 13. Number 12 needs to be wounds. And we'll say -2. And icon 13. Oh, number 14 also needs to be wounds. Whoops. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. There's that. And we'll say -3. So it's -2 now. Jeez, man. 13 as well, -2. It's just be a good place to put this. And then the final one. God, this game has so many flippin' rules. Sometimes I wish they would just... I mean, it's awesome to have all this stuff, but the fact that we're constantly... Actually, it's not the right... This is the problem about combining everything. So everybody's now... Each time a hero is KO'd... Yeah, I don't see this working out, because I feel like at a certain point, everybody's going to be so low on their sanity that... This is not going to... You know what? I'm going to bail. Because we're just going to generate tons and tons of madness. I'm going to say we failed the mission. So first we need to do hold back the darkness. See if that screws us over again. Let's see. So hold back the darkness, 9+, and then after this we can just say screw this mission. This is like, we're not going to win this. 2d6. Seven, so we didn't get it, so it goes up. And we now have to draw a darkness card. Are we on the fourth one already? No, we're not. Okay, so we need to draw a new darkness card. Life on the Run. Each hero immediately takes 2 hits and 2 horror hits for every space the hero part... Oh my god. Really? So each hero immediately takes 2 hits and 2 horror hits for every space the hero party marker is away from the entrance space of the death track. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 times 2. 22. We need to make 22 hits and 22 horror hits. This is probably the party weight. We didn't even make it to the boss fight. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't even have to call it. This here, if all of them are downed after this, it doesn't matter what I say. The mission's a failure. God. All right, so we'll start with Montana. Enrique's out, so he doesn't do any of this. Montana's taking 22. You know what? We'll split it up because that's a lot of dice. So here's... Seriously? Is that seriously what it is? For every space the hero party marker, we're 11 spaces away. Oh, this is the worst thing. Okay, so we'll do 11 first, then we'll do 11 after that for each one. So this is the hits. She needs to make 4 pluses. She takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of damage. Then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. She took 10 points of wounds. Good God. This is player 2. She takes 10 wounds. Okay. There we go. So she took 10 wounds from the life on the run. Good God. And then now she needs to make 22 horror saves. We'll just roll all of it out. So 22 horror saves at 4 plus. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 sanity damage. She's down. Yep. She's down. Next is... Oh god, Isamu's so totally dead. So Isamu's now taking 22 hits. He's taking one... He's 3 pluses, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He took 10 damage, so he's fine with the health. Hold on a second. I'm in the wrong player screen. So Isamu just took 10 points of damage. And then again, 22 rolls for his sanity. He still gets his spirit armor on this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So he needs to make 14 spirit armor saves. And there are 5 pluses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's dead. So Isamu also fell to madness. And then finally Murphy is taking, again, 22 damage. It's ridiculous. This is actually a really ridiculous card. He needs 4 pluses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. He takes 11 points of damage. First thing that happens, he's down by injury. So that's the end of the mission. Everybody is down. Nobody can recover anybody. So it's... This guy didn't even have to do anything. Like, generally, that darkness card killed the team. That darkness card killed the flippin' team. We had to fail the darkness. Wow, that is an awful card. Woo. So, party wipe. First time it happened. 4 weeks of playing this. First time we actually had a party wipe. That was crazy. Get that card away from me. Okay. Wow. I'm just in awe. I'm sorry, I'm just in awe. Who would have known that the Growing Dread did beat us down? But I mean, I was thinking we might still be able to pull through if I can bring Enrique back. But as soon as we went up that track and we got that card, that was it. That was it. Yeah, I have no say in this. Like, the game decided. So everybody's now back to full health. What happens on a failure? That is a good question. What happens on a failure for this mission? I don't remember. I don't think it's anything good. But I think I might retire this team for a bit after this venture. And just kind of prep them and get them ready for their next one. But I might bring out the Tredarans. Try the strike team stuff. So, Terror at Night. On a reward, if the hero successfully complete the mission, each hero gains 50 XP. If the kidnapped person was brought back alive, they also gain extra cash. That would have been nice. But let me see what would happen. Once the Night Terror is defeated, you must discover if the kidnapped victim is alive. Roll a 3d6. If the total is equal to or less than the current position of the darkness marker, which actually wouldn't be too bad. But who knows? We would have to make 9 pluses on these things. He probably would have been dead. Failure. If the heroes fail the mission, each hero takes D3 corruption points, ignoring willpower, as the loss weighs heavily on their souls. D3. So let's start with Enrique. He gets D3. So 2 points of corruption. Steal that for a second. Next is Montana. She's going to gain 3 solid points of corruption. Then it's Samu, 2 points of corruption. And then finally, 2 points of corruption for Murphy. That was rough. So the posse's back. I really need to create a button where it fully heals everybody, so I don't have to go through everybody's stuff. So we'll just do 30 points of health, or 30 points of sanity, 30 points of health. Make my life easier. And takes less time if I did that. So I'm thinking about having just a end adventure thing. So now we gotta roll and see what Montana and Isamu get for madness, and we have to roll for Murphy. Well, you know what? Enrique went down. We rolled that number. I'm gonna say he's dead. We'll keep what we rolled for that because we didn't even make it into combat. So, you know what? We'll just roll. So that was horrible luck. Horrible luck. So let's start rolling. He gets a madness. Montana gets a madness. Samu gets a madness. Murphy gets an injury. So let's pull up those charts again. So Enrique, maybe the dice gods would still want him dead. 7. Open to the void. You feel the ebb and flow of the void energy as all around you, seeping into your mind and clawing at your deepest fears. Sorry, the card's a bit on dark side. You no longer get willpower saves to prevent corruption. That's pretty bad. Yikes. Next is Montana. She gets a 9. Hallucinations. You can no longer trust what you see as shadows and tendrils of darkness writhe in every corner of your eye. Anytime you would draw a loot card, roll a d6. On the roll of 1, you instead take 1 sanity damage, ignoring willpower, as you recoil from the hideous vision. So, this is hallucinations. And loot. Roll d6. She needs to get rid of this. Roll d6. 1. Is it 1 or 2? Roll a 1. On roll of 1. take one sanity, ignore will. Yikes. Then we have Isamu. Oof, every time I see a one, I get scared. That's a 5. So he gets, it's coming for you. How does it know your name? You can hear it calling you in the dark. What does it want? Whenever the hold back the darkness roll has failed, including doubles that would fail, you take D3 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. That is D3 sanity. And finally, we've got Murphy with his injury. He's got a 9. Broken collarbone. Not particularly debilitating, but it sure hurts. You find yourself cringing a lot from the pain. You are now -1 max grit. So broken collarbone. -1 max grit. So I have to write that. I have to pop that into this here. Let's go to Murphy, and we're going to remove max grit. So -1. Actually, hold on. Input max grit value. Okay. Oops. So it would be a 2. So you should be at a 3 right now. Yep. Oof. These were all pretty rough. So we took some corruption. Luckily, nobody got mutated during that. But now... failed the mission. We couldn't take this guy on. That's the Night Terror, by the way. I don't know. I didn't bring him up to the screen and showed you all. That's what it looks like. His eyes are kind of red. I probably need to repaint those. We'll take all the exploration tokens. Kind of reset everything. Get ready for the travel hazard part of the game. Nothing really happened on the failure other than the corruption points. I'm sure that town's happy that we didn't come back, or we didn't take down the evil that lurked in there. We didn't really have many fights. We only had 2 fights, and yet it was just a very, like, we just kept drawing these damn rooms. The camera is no longer working. What the f? Hold on 1 second. Sure likes acting up. I might have to get a new camera. A little disappointed. So if it wasn't for all those hallways we were building up, we probably would have been fine, because we found how many hallways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hallways added to the whole thing. We would have definitely taken a lot less of those. I really need to put these in the right pile. We really took a lot of those horror hits and everything because of how far down the track we were. It's an artifact card and two of these. Counters. Rusty Lever is definitely one of the cards I need to keep out. Okay. Man, these Growing Dread cards are just awful. I really hate the ones from the new expansion. I mean, it's like two things happen at once: taking sanity damage and on or wounds, and on top of that, going down the depth track, giving us more Growing Dread cards or Darkness cards. And as we saw, that Darkness card totally ended everything, ended the whole game. Oh well. Oops. So now what we got to do is what I'm thinking is it's still kind of early. I don't know if I really want to start another adventure with this team, but I do need to finish the travel hazard and the town stay. So we'll probably go through with that. Let me see if my town stay stuff's working. Get rid of that monster card first here. And it's so weird. It's still not working. I've got to find out why. I'll do that another time. Because that should be coming up as... Actually, let me take a look at something. Um, Let me check something out for a second. I'm going to pull up the Mines card. Oops, that's the random portal card. Sorry. We're not going there. Didn't even pull that up. So I'm guessing my overlays aren't working all of a sudden. Try Canyon, see what happens. Nothing. Oh, that's why it's not coming up, because of that. Why is the Canyons going to... You know what? Let me try Mines again. Nothing. My town stay overlays aren't working properly. I gotta figure out why. But if I go back, it should. If I go back to this, we got the mines. Sorry, I'm just testing something out. So that's working. It's the town stay overlays that are not working for some reason. That sucks. I mean, it is kind of working, but for some reason the frontier town's not working. And I'm wondering if there's an issue with the frontier town stuff. So we'll do this for now. This is the feudal village stuff, but we're still technically in the frontier. So let me pull up. Oh, don't need that right now. But I'll get the adventure book out. I'm still trying to solve a good way to bring all the town stay stuff into the game. And now that I got that mode variable, I think I got an idea of how to... Well, I still need everything else, so I might have to find a way to fix this. But either way, I want these to be on the screen when those things come up, and I'm thinking about letting the OBS system decide what the buildings are, and I'll just have them as icons. and I'll just kind of overlay them on each spot. So we know the drill. One, we're gonna draw a D8 or roll a D8, and it's gonna determine what size town we're dealing with. So that would be a medium-sized town. So that means that everybody creates a travel hazard, and the medium-sized town piece. I'm guessing these are all just the town buildings. And I'm sorry, I just can't get over the beating that we just took from a darkness card. That now that we've run into that card, and I think I've run into it before, but I don't remember it being that bad. But now it's like I have a new fear in the game. Because I was actually hoping we'd be able to take on the Night Terror, but nope, didn't even get to do that. Where is my campsite card? I know where it is. There it is. So we're going to a medium-sized village. Put it like right there, maybe. Nobody has more than 2 mutations, so we don't have to worry about unwanted attention. But we're outside. We're not quite there yet. That's another thing, too, I'd like to do is instead of. I'm thinking about it. I'm like, instead of pulling the book out, I'm thinking about actually having like a little thing on the screen that's showing the hero posse, and there's like little points. So we roll a d8. I punch in a number in the system. It creates or pulls out a what looks like a path on a map, and then like every point, like we complete a travel hazard or we get a travel hazard. I do the thing here, and maybe instead of having to pull this out, we'll see it written on the screen. And I think I can make it look like as if it's being typed, but I kind of want to have like a little map going from when it goes to the frontier town, a little map of like the mines going back to the town. And there'll be one with X amount of points for X amount of X amount of locations. So yeah, I think that would be really cool. Little pretty cool visual, I think, for returning back to town. So we have four travel hazards we have to deal with before we get to the town and decide what kind of town it is. I don't really need this card anymore. Did that fall over? They all fell out. That's right. So let's go ahead and roll for the travel hazards. So we failed the mission. Nothing really happens other than getting the corruption. But now we have to roll and see what we get for the travel hazards. We get 4 of them because we're going to a medium town. So the first one, we do still have our wagon. I can cancel one of these. We have a 43. Flash flood. As you travel through the canyons, the skies open up with rain, causing a flash flood directly in your path. Each hero must make a luck 4 plus test to avoid being swept away by the rushing water. If failed, roll a d6 for each token in your side bag. I roll 1, 2, or 3 to swept away. We have a lot of bandages. We've got a lot of bandages. So remember correctly, everybody should be pretty decent at was it luck? Yeah, I think we should be able to make these. What's the roll for it? Only a 4 plus. And everybody should actually have at least 1 extra grit. Hold on, I need to. That's one thing I forgot to add. Everybody should have +1 grit. Might have failed the mission, but we still got our health back, and we got +1 grit for the next adventure and town stay. There. So we got, everybody's pretty much got 2 grit. Did I already do it? Actually, I think we were going into that fight pretty well equipped with grit. But I definitely need to create a restart or end adventure button so I don't have to do all that work. So we're gonna start with Enrique. So we're going through that river and or that flood, and he's gonna roll 3d6 at 4 plus. He gets it. He gets 10 XP for that. Oh, wait, hold on, that's the wrong one. Nothing happens. He avoids it. Next is Montana. She's got a luck of 1. Not so lucky. All right. So here's for the 5 bandages that she has. She loses 3 of them. And then here's the 3 whiskeys. She loses 2 of them. Wow. Montana lost a lot of stuff. More than half of what she had on her. Next is Isamu. He's got a luck of 3. He got it. And then Murphy has a luck of 4. And Murphy got it as well. So Montana actually fell in and lost some bandages and whiskey, which of course the guys are probably not happy about. So that's the end of the first one. The next one is 54. Oh, the army convoy. Traveling the road, the heroes come across a massive U.S. Army convoy heading toward the same town to reinforce the outpost. When the heroes reach town, any rolls on the campsite hazard chart or the town event chart are +1 to roll. So we have. I wonder if I can do that. I might create an icon for that because we run into it a lot. Army. You know what? We got it right here. +1. So we're at +1. We had one time we actually had 2 of those convoys come to town. The next one. Okay, the app just freaked out. 44. Rail line construction. You pass by a group of mutant rail workers working the cut to build a new rail line into the area. Recognizing you as heroes in the fight against the darkness, they cheer. Okay, so far, the times I failed the mission, I get this one. Is it weird that when we fail, people are cheering us on? What's wrong with these people? So each hero may heal D6 wounds sanity. We're at full. Also, each hero may recover 1 grit for each mutation he has. Everybody is pretty much at full. Well, not Enrique. Does Enrique have a? He is. He's open to the void. I can give him a grit. And Montana's at full. Murphy's at full. Isamu, does he have? Isamu does not have a mutation. So Enrique can actually gain a grit back since he has a mutation. He feels 1 with his people. That's what it is. He feels 1 with his people. He's the one with the oh yeah, open to the void. No willpower test on corruption. Holy crap! And then the final one. We can use the wagon to avoid this. 65 is pretty high. Gulch ambush. I am probably gonna avoid it. Traveling through a dusty gulch, you get a bad feeling, but it's too late. Feathered arrows whiz past your head as a savage group of Black Fang tribe Indians descend from the cliff tops, hungry for Darkstone. Each hero must make an Agility 5+ test or Lore 5+ test. Ooh. I think we have some good lore on the team. I might actually just go for this with the grit rolls we have, because I can get 25 XP. And if passed, you gain 25 XP and you're able to evade the worst of the attack, escaping into the hills to meet up with the rest of the posse. If failed, you are knocked to the ground as the Black Fang Savage scavenge your belongings for Darkstone. Lose D3 Darkstone or one item with Darkstone, the Darkstone icon. Also, due to your bumps and bruises, you lose all grit. 25 XP. That's 25 XP. That is gonna bump some of these people up quite a bit. God, I wish we were able to fight that dude. That would have been nice. I mean, our lore's pretty good. Agility or lore? I don't really have anybody great at agility. And anybody who actually has a decent agility score has a better lore score. Except for Enrique. And what do I need to make? 5 plus. I am half tempted to use the wagon. But I really want some XP. Yeah, I bought the wagon for this reason, to avoid things that could potentially be bad. And my luck's already been pretty bad with that darkness card and everything else that happened. So, where's the wagon? Stagecoach. Oh, we all get 15 XP for having it. That is a good thing. So 15 for everybody. Cool. You know what? I think I'm gonna go for it. 25 XP will upgrade Montana to the next level. Oh, it's so risky though. It's so risky. I mean, losing all grit, that sucks. That really sucks. But the XP bonus, I want that so bad. And I can spend an XP to retry. So, or I can spend a grit to retry. So we'll start with Enrique. He needs a 5 plus. He's got a better, well, his lore and agility are the same. I think he upgraded his agility from something, but that is not the right dice. He gets it. So he gets 25 XP and avoids the worst part of everything. It's over here for now. Enrique's doing really good on his experience too. Next is Montana. She's got a lore of 4, so I'm definitely going to use that. She gets it, and guess what just happened? Montana has officially leveled up to level 4. Again, the features I'm going to add soon. I still I need to spend some time debugging certain things that aren't working all of a sudden. But anytime you see someone's health reach 0, sanity reach 0, corruption reach the maximum amount, or somebody's XP reaches the next level, I'm gonna have like little animations overlay the player card. This way, yeah, this way y'all can see what's going on. Another thing too I want to add is, after the potential death, the possible death of Enrique, I might actually create a death animation too. Basically, like a skull and crossbones. It just sits over the player plaque, and it'll say "dead" on both sides or something like that. We'll see. I got a lot to do. I'm constantly adding more and more to what I want to add to the stream. So Montana leveled up, but we'll go ahead and do that after we do everybody else. Next is Samu. Samu's got the best lore he's got is 3. He gets it, so he gets 25 XP as well. And then finally, Murphy. I think he has a 4 lore. Yeah, He really should make this. If he doesn't, that's sad. Was it a 5+? Yeah, so he passes it. So he gets another 25 XP as well. Here we go. Stagecoach was very helpful. He is only 15 away from leveling. He caught right back up to Montana. You go, Murph. So we did all the travel hazards, but per usual, what I want to do is the moment you ding, I'm leveling somebody up. You can do it even during combat, and that can make a world of difference. Because if I remember correctly, I think it heals you up fully, and at the same time, it gives you, well, of course, you get an ability. So let me pull up the player card for this class. She's a rancher. She's in the back of the darn book. All right, my favorite part of the game. I cannot wait to play as the Tridarans, though. Starting back at level 1 is pretty exciting. And sucks, because level 1 characters, well, it's just like D&D. Level 1 characters don't usually do too well. That's why everybody's like, I don't know if I want to play Shadows of Brimstone. It's too hard. It's like, well, it's because you're level 1 or you're playing the base character cards. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be very hard. So let's look for Rancher. Again, this is what you're seeing here. I don't know if y'all have seen this, or if Cosmic, if you're still here. Uh, this is my character creation book. I scanned every part of it. It's on the Discord. Again, I've said it over and over again. I need to redo it because it's totally out of order. Totally out of order. And that is Photoshop's fault. But it's got basically, I think the very first page is supposed to be like a declaration of what you're supposed to do. Pick a class, get your personal item, write your information down, get your free ability, all that stuff. So, prospector, he's gonna be next probably. Samurai warrior, saloon girl, pianist if you're playing the male counterpart, rancher. There we go. So first things first, we have to roll. You know what? I'll pull it out so y'all can see the card. Some of these I need a new book. Do I have a guest? So what you're seeing here is the player card. If you can play the game just with this card if you wanted to. It's just they do have XP tokens that you can use for this. But of course, it's better to find some community created stuff like this. It's very well done. If you want to know who makes it, this is the best one in my opinion. It's double-sided. It's got plenty of space. It's called it's the Klutz, Klutz, Klutz character sheets. I'm sure I have these in the Discord. If you don't find them, if they're not there, they are on Board Game Geek. That's where I found these. And there's like that download section, and they should be there. And these are my opinion, the best ones. They make them in black and white, which is the best, and then they do have it in color. I had it in color. It's pretty, looks cool. Actually, I still have all my old character sheets. One of these days, I might just pull them out and kind of reminisce all those characters, because I have a lot of character sheets from me, friends, a lot of people coming over and playing. But anyway, Montana. So this is that's the base character sheet that you would be playing with. That really wouldn't, upgrade or level or anything. And this here is the page for the rancher that has the information on how to upgrade and everything. So when you level up, you do get a free ability or a free upgrade is what they call it. And then of course on the back you have the awesome skill sheet or just the skill trees that you can go down. If I remember correctly, yeah, she's got iron concentration and yeah, she's got the rapid reload. I want her to have that +1 shot. I might go down to sharpshooter, but again, it's kind of hard to choose because they all work out super well. But what I'm going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and do her upgrade bonus, and that is 2d6. She gets an 8, so she gets a +1 lore or luck. She needs luck. Also gain d6 sanity and health Oh no, actually no. Gain D6 to health or sanity, any mix. So let's roll that D6. I've had bad luck on this. If I remember correctly, you can't grit roll these. So she's getting. I do need to write these down. So she's level 4. I rolled an 8. Was it an 8? Yeah, I rolled an 8, and she's gaining 3. How's she doing? I might put. I might just get her to 20 on sanity. So I'll give her 2 points in sanity and 1 point in health. So let me go ahead and factor those in here. So her health is now uh, should be at 22, and her sanity should be at 20. Awesome. And of course, they go up with it. There we go. Um, and she's also. I'm gonna give her that bonus to luck because she needs a bad. I mean, a lower 5 would be sick, but as we've just witnessed, she needs luck. So that was this roll couldn't have been any better. She needed that. Although initiative bonuses are pretty sexy. So that's her upgrade. Now we go to the rancher chart, and we're going to. Oh, Time Roller, how you doing? Thank you for the raid, Raiders. Welcome to the stream. Uh, Welcome to TNT Tabletop. I'm Tony, the host of the show, and I don't know why my sound's not working. I primarily play a game called Shadows of Brimstone. I developed this whole system to kind of make everything as cinematic as possible for the gameplay as we progress through the dungeons and the adventure and everything. Um, but if you're into board games and you like dungeon crawling, you like Lovecraftian horror, and you like the Old West and feudal Japan and Japanese mythology, this might be an interest for you. But again, Time Roller, thank you so much for the raid, and everybody, thank you for raiding. Let me go ahead and do a shout out. Where's my keyboard? Right in front of me. So there we go. There. And one of these days, I'm gonna finally add the. I have to manually do certain things, but one of these days, I'm gonna add the animation for raids and everything. Although the raid one's not working, my shout out one, I'll get it working. But um, but yeah. So again, welcome to the stream, and I'm gonna carry on with leveling up the character. Right now, we're in the middle of leveling up my rancher Montana, and after that, we're going straight to the town stay part of the game. We have to determine what type of town we're going to, and then we have to go day by day determining what's happening in the town as we're trying to like gather resources, upgrade our gear. Basically, what you would do in a typical dungeon crawling game when you're done with the dungeon. So, and we need to get rid of all these madnesses. Like everybody's got a madness, everybody's got issues, so we need to get rid of those as well. So let's begin with what do we got here? So Montana, looking down the line, we can upgrade her from rapid reload to sharpshooter. Anytime you kill an enemy with a gun, you may immediately do d6 damage to another enemy in one of the three spaces behind it. That is pretty cool. But if I keep rolling her down by level 5, I'll get +3 damage on criticals. I kind of want to just keep going that route. Frontier Survival is all right. Toughness is nice, though. Void Enchantment. Once per turn, you may use a Darkstone to add d6 damage to one of your hits. And she's +1 grit if I do that. I really want to increase her movement, but I'm probably going to go to sharpshooter because I like the idea that like I can take some extra damage and place on another enemy, and yeah, it would just immediately deal D6 damage. They might get their armor though, if they have armor. So Montana, not only did she get the sanity bonus and the health bonus, she's now getting sharpshooter. I'll put this here. So she's getting sharp shooter. And anytime you kill an enemy, I love how it's anytime you kill an enemy because she's been doing good at that. Kill and like at least the dudes with like small amounts of health, she's good at crowd control. Kill an enemy with gun. D6 damage. To another enemy in one of the 3 spaces behind it. To enemy. Let me put 1 enemy. I need to make sure I do that right. 1 enemy. 3. Up to 3. Spaces behind it. There we go. So I've now upgraded Montana to level 4. 1 more character at level 4, and we start getting elite abilities on monsters on top of being medium threats. So it's going to get a lot more difficult once Murphy gets 15 more experience because he only needs 15 more to level up. It's kind of crazy that Montana, who showed up, she was the 4th character in this campaign to show up. Oh, come on. I need a new binder for this thing. Again, this is the character tools. So that's got 27 different character classes in it. And we're about to probably get 8 more in the new Kickstarter campaign. Which, if I remember correctly, I think within the next week and a half, 2 weeks, we're supposed to be getting the pledge manager for it. All right, so we're done with all of that. So we completed the travel hazard part of the game, and now we get to move on to the town stay. We don't need that, but we do need these guys. And we also need to determine what village we're going to. That card is in here somewhere. That's the village campsite. It's probably in the book. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull up the card here on the computer. There we go. So, specialty town types. Once the heroes have completed their traveling to the reached town, they must roll on a chart below, which is on my screen right now. I'll have these uploaded eventually. Or on the screen eventually. I just need to figure out how I'm going to organize it all. And grit may not be used to decide what the town stay is. So we have to roll 2d6. We get a 9. We're going to the mining town. Cool. And all the cards fell out for the heroes, or the more we're about to fall out too right there. There's the mining town. And we'll just put the mutant town back. River, rail. Rail town would have been cool. Try to keep everything in alphabetical order. So I'll go ahead and read the card. Now we're at a specialty town. So whenever we get those specialty cards from the daily events deck, we're going to be stuck doing whatever this guy's telling us to do. So I'll go ahead and read it out loud and tell you what's going on with this card. Um, so normally when we come to town, the heroes, if they have more three plus mutations on them, which the highest we have, I think, is 2. Yeah, the highest we have is Murphy with 2. So we're kind of safe. Uh, if you have 3 or more, you already generate a token of unwanted attention, and what that does is whenever you roll a 7, when you're out in the town, something bad happens. So luckily we don't have any unwanted attention, but we'll see what this card tells us to do. So this is the mining town. Special rules. I'll read the little fluff part. Boom towns often spring up, particularly overnight, in an area found to be rich in gold and dark stone. These mining towns attack folk from all over. Oh, attract folk from all over. I'm so sorry. Eager to find their fortune. You can tell where my mindset is right now. Sorry, that last encounter that didn't turn into a battle just still has me rolling. Um, so it's got well supplied as an ability. A mining town always includes a general store location, and everything sold at the general store is normally $25 less to a minimum of 25 total. So right off the bat, I have the tokens around here somewhere, I thought. Oh, there they are. So we need to get the tokens out for the town. Once I finish debugging everything, I will be adding these to the stream. I just have so many things to add on my plate. So it's the general store is what I'm looking for. I'm always under suspicion. It's right in front of me. That's Bartertown stuff. General store. There we go. So it's always got a general store. So at slot 1, we have a general store. Now we have to decide later what else is going to be in here. Cool thing, though, is -20 to our purchases at the general store is pretty good. That means we'll be able to get our bandages back that Montana lost, including the whiskey. Rich local deposits. The mines in this area are booming. During the next adventure, while in the mines, anytime a hero finds gold, they gain an extra $10 extra. And anytime a hero, we might have to do an adventure. I really wanted to take a break and play as the Tridarians, but I'm like, that's awesome. They find an extra 10 gold. Anytime they find gold, and anytime a hero finds Darkstone, they gain 1 extra shard. I am hoping that we have one of these in town, the Frontier, because I really want to get rid of that Darkstone. Void activity. The massive boom of local mining has uncovered countless new portals, releasing all manner of creatures and evil to find their way to the surface. When rolling to see if there is a town event at the end of each day in town, roll an extra die. Either roll may trigger a town event, or both. That's weird. If a town event is triggered, set the darkness back 1 day on the track as normal. I'm very confused. When rolling to see if there is a town event at the end of each day in town, roll an extra die. Either roll may trigger. Oh, okay, so both can actually. Wow. So if we roll 2 1s, bad things happen. Let me go ahead and reset, by the way. That should actually, at the top of the screen, right here, right there, that should be at 1. So what this is for everybody who's showed up and they're new to this, what you're seeing on that side of this, on that center part of the screen is it's one of 2 things. It's either the town state track or it's the depth track. The depth track is usually for the adventure part where we're going into the dungeon and it's constantly advancing. The more rooms we find and the more pathways we find, and the further we go down, the more difficult things are getting. Also, there's a darkness that's coming out of it that's coming the other direction. If it reaches the other side, we fail the mission. If we reach the very end of the other side as the posse marker, again, we failed the mission. So you got to hurry up and try to complete the mission. There is a time limit. You have to hurry up and complete the mission within those, I think it's like 15 turns. Or 15 rooms if you want to get technical. So But here, it's like every single day we spend in town. At the end of it, we have to roll a die to see if something bad happens in town. If something bad happens in town, one, it could destroy the town. I've had it happen before. The bad event could destroy the town, or something bad happens, something good happens. If it comes to that, it resets the day marker back to, technically, it's supposed to go back to one. And if we reach six and we go through it, it goes back to one. So yeah, there's a lot of crazy things that happens here. So we have to roll 2 dice instead of one at the end of every day. So that's frightening. There's a daily event chart, and then there's an extras option: purchase Darkstone. Heroes may purchase Darkstone shards. We actually purchased Darkstone shards here for 150 bucks a piece. Mining tools. The following items are available to purchase in the general store, so that's guaranteed to be here. We can buy Darkstone picks, which are 800 a piece. They add +1 combat. They're one-handed. They add +1 combat and +1 damage to your combat hits. That's pretty sweet. And it's got an upgrade slot on it, so that's a pretty decent weapon. Unfortunately, everybody's equipped with something already better than that. Sifting Pan. Once per turn, you may cancel and redraw a scavenge card just drawn. After each use, roll a d6. Discard on a roll of 1. Oh, I kind of want that. So that's the card. We'll just put it right here for now. Because typically, I like leaving this area open so I can actually show you the locations card when we decide what locations we're going to. So everybody is going to be at the inn today. It's only 40 bucks a day, and we got plenty of money between everybody. Not as much as we did last time, but we have tons of Darkstone we need to sell, and that's actually something. Well, we failed the mission, so that doesn't matter. Metaphysician, how you doing? Welcome to the stream, bud. Let me do one of these. There we go. How's your Friday going? How are we doing? Not so well. The last adventure ended poorly. So we had a stack of 5 growing dread cards, and for anybody new who's watching, growing dread cards, they just keep stacking as you go through the adventure, and at the very end, you actually have to start going through them and deciding what exactly they do, and they are normally the worst things in the game. And what ended up happening was the cards that we had, just in from work, eating, smoking, cracking a brew, and gaming. Good for you. Enjoy your Friday. One of the best days of the week, in my opinion. I mean, as much as I always loved having Saturday off, it's just like Fridays just felt relieving to be away from work and knowing the rest of the weekend was pretty much free. But yeah, so we went through the growing dread stack, and everybody, Enrique dropped from Madness, and then at the very end, everything seemed to be okay. We still had some ongoing effects for creatures possibly coming into the battle against this one night terror we were going to fight. It was the brutal version of it, but we were about to fight this guy. And he had like 36 health points and a whole bunch of bonuses, and pretty frightening. Pretty frightening. But in the end, that wasn't what got us. We failed on the whole darkness test before the battle, and we had to draw a darkness card. And then, sure enough, the darkness card was like, take 2 horror hits and two regular hits for every spot between the hero posse marker and the entrance of the dungeon. We were what, 11? I think we were 11 in. So we had to do 22 rolls for every single thing. Thanks for the shout out, shouty. Hey, no problem, bud. But we had to do 22 rolls on every character for both sanity and for the health. And in the end, everybody was taken down. 3 people walked out of that dungeon with madness, and 1 walked out with an injury. So my goal in this town is to hopefully they have a doctor's office so we can get rid of this stuff. And luckily we had a wagon. The wagon got us through the travel stay, so we didn't have to worry about some of the awful things that we had, and we also gained extra experience. One person leveled up. So far, the start of this travel thing is this town stay has actually been pretty decent. Adventure, on the other hand, that was horrible. I kicked it, didn't I? I did. So now we're starting at the town. We have to. I just kicked my feet up too. I need to go get the daily event cards for the town. I'll be right back. Yeah, this big stack of cards is going to determine what's going on for the day in town. And I'll put it. Can you see it here? Sure can. So I'll get rid of that. I was hoping to retire the team today and go on to Tradera, but I'm now thinking after reading that mining card, we might do one more. Damn rough. Yeah, it was it was a rough adventure. And it sucks because like it was actually going all right till we got to that final part because I was like healing everybody up before then and it didn't matter. It didn't matter. That darkness card came in and just wiped the team. And typically when you reach a boss fight, like I was already kind of like a little on edge with the boss because when I saw that we can potentially get more monsters in on it, I was thinking to myself, this could be bad considering that everybody has low sanity right now. And his card granted him all these sanity attacks just for being on the same tile with him. But I was like, my characters should be with their bonuses for their darkstone attacks and stuff. They should be beating the hell out of this guy, and I should be able to win. But as soon as that darkness card came up, it just one by one dropped everybody. I don't want to remove it from the game, but I'll come out and say it. It's pretty hilarious. I mean, I shouldn't be laughing, but it is. That's what makes this game fun is the randomness and the craziness in it. It was a little bit frustrating, but now that it's passed, I'm like, man, I guess the sight of that creature just freaked him the hell out. So, all right, the first thing we need to do is a daily event. And what we get is I've seen things. Delving down into the mines and coming face to face with the horrors that reside there is hard enough for the heroes of this world. For normal folk, they can't help but be changed by it. Choose one advanced ally in the hero posse, or that you purchase in the town stay, to immediately gain one ally XP and one corruption point. We don't have anybody in our posse, and the chances are I'm probably not going to hire anybody. Um, yeah, I'm probably not going to hire anybody. So, not a big deal. And we don't have to worry about doing anything on this chart. But if I remember correctly, there was something on here I would like to get, and I think it's that sifting pan. $300 to redraw a scavenge card. Yes, please. Because as we've seen, those have been pretty brutal sometimes. So now we have to actually randomize what town locations we have. And then we'll split. So in number 2, we've got the Indian trading post. Yeah, that place is pretty good. The saloon at 3. The gambling hall. Why do every place always has a saloon and a gambling hall? Mutant quarter. Again, we keep seeing the mutant quarter. And the docks office, which we definitely need. But no outpost. I think we can sell our Darkstone at the general store. God, I hope we can, because I'm really sick of holding this stuff. No blacksmith, so no big deal there. Now let me get the cards out that we need for this place. That, the Mutant Quarter, Doc's Office, which is going to be Murphy. I do need to spend 40 bucks, though. Everybody's staying at the inn, so we'll say, who's going to spend it? I'm going to do an all-in-one thing one day where it subtracts and adds to everybody. So We'll just remove 40 from Murph. I hate making him spend all his money. But he's a good guy. Um so we also need no church. Man, we could have used a church and the frontier outpost, but we have that stupid gambling hall. We do have the general store though. We can have Murphy go there on the second day, and actually, who else has the tentacle stash? Nobody. Murphy's the only one with a tentacle mustache, so I'm gonna have to keep him around for day two. That's $10 off everything, and we need bandages, and we can't sell our darkstone here. We also lost our darkstone shots too. That sucks. But we do have specialty ammo though. It's just they're specific to certain enemies. Tonics. We can buy tonics. We're not as wealthy as we were though, but if we can just find a place to sell darkstone, man. We can't. Does the campsite have anything? No. All it's got is the tent. We got no place to sell darkstone. See, even the street market, we'd be able to do it, but we just keep the game just keeps stopping us from getting a place to do it. Or the dice rolling does, or actually the randomness that I've been doing. I wonder if there's a way for me to change that. It'd be cool if I could grit the buildings. So I really need to get rid of this darkstone. We got too much. Hold on a minute here. We can cash in darkstone at the gambling hall. We'll just have someone go to the gambling hall. It's crap prices. $50. That's like a low roll at the frontier outpost. But hey, $50 a piece, we'll get rid of them. We have too much. Because we got, well, how many pieces do we have? We got 11, 20, 23 pieces of darkstone. We do have the Indian hut. And if I remember correctly, I kind of want someone to go there. There's our chance to get rid of some. Is this madness? Yeah, we can get rid of some madness. So everybody's going to try to clear their madness and their injuries first. So let's disperse everyone. Uh, Murphy has an injury, broken leg, a broken collarbone. So he's straight up going to the doctor's office. The rest of them have a madness. They're going to the Indian trading post, which costs Darkstone anyway to get rid of. So that will help us get rid of how much? Well, it's D6 Darkstone per madness. So we'll see what happens there. But first, and we can only do this once per stay at these places. But then we do have the campsite to fall on if nobody makes their save. But everybody should have at least 2 grit. Yeah, we're good. So we're gonna go to the doc's office first with Murphy, and Murphy is gonna roll 2d6 to see what happens at that on his way there. He rolls a 6. Good. The smell of death. I said good, and it's the smell of death. All too familiar at the doc's office. No events. That's why I said good. The smell of death is never good. So he's going to go in for surgery. He's going to cost him D6 times 50. Of course it does. $300. Murphy is removing $300. And so here we go. If you can afford to pay the cost, choose one injury or mutation you want to remove from the chart below. Or roll on the chart below. I need to roll a d6. Whatever I do, do not roll a 1, 2, or 3. If I roll a 4 plus, it's good. If he rolls a 6, amazing. Oh, yeah, Murph. So, Murphy has already gotten an impressive scar from his prior from an injury way back. So he got another one. So not only is it removed, but he's getting +2 health permanently. This is why I like having churches and doctor's office. When you get a 6 on the roll to get rid of get rid of certain things, they usually get a buff. So we're back to regular max grit of 3. And he gets um, an impressive scar +4. Which brings him, I need to write it on the sheet. I need to update this one day. I'm getting too comfortable using the stream assets. So he's back to his max grit. I'm in the right screen, right? Yeah. So let's see, input new grit number. He's back to 3. And he's getting maximum health of 26. Man, he is becoming a freaking powerhouse. He's at 26 health. That is awesome. That is awesome. He's like a boss fight at this point. Although the last Darkness card definitely proved otherwise. Oh, that was just horrible. So Murphy's good. Actually, is there anything else we want to do here while we're here? Does he have any corruption? He has 2 pieces of corruption. You may remove any number of corruption points for the cost of $100 each. Roll a d6 on a 1, 2, or 3. You also take d6 wounds, ignoring defense. I don't feel like spending money and taking damage. But I also don't like the idea that he's 4 points away from mutating. I think we're good. I think he's good. Our boy's good. So he's going to go back to the hotel. Next, we're going to have... Who's next? This group of misfits are at the Indian trading post. They each have to roll on the chart, but one at a time. So we're going to start with Montana. She gets a 9. Trade opportunities. The local tribe is gearing up for the... Is this what I think it was? So this is what it was the whole time. Last time I could have sold my stuff here. I think that's what we're going to do. So the local tribe is gearing up for a major hunt, and they are looking for extra gear and Darkstone. Heroes at the Indian trading post may sell their gear and artifact cards for an extra D6 times 25. Zestef! You come again in town. This game is only town play. Yes, yeah, you, well, yeah, we probably would have finished. Well, if there was a battle in the end of last adventure, we probably would still be in it, but bad things happened during it. Really bad things. But Zestef, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Again, if any of you are streamers and I don't remember, you gotta please remind me so I can give you shout outs. Because I love giving shout outs. I definitely want to send that out for everybody who supports this stream. I want to support their stream. So we can sell our Darkstone here for $100 per shard. If I roll it again, it's $200 per shard. If I roll it again, it's $300 per shard. Oh, this would be nice if we could get it, but we have to do Montana's stay here before we go on to the next person. So we do have that. We can sell stuff here. And as a matter of fact, I think we have gear we want to get rid of. So Steph, how am I? I'm doing good. Enjoying this beautiful Saturday indoors, playing board games. I do have some things that are coming up in, what time is it? I'm looking at my watch and I can't read it. I'm an idiot. But anyway, actually it's 5:30. I should be getting ready here. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. I guess I can play as long as I want tonight. I was hoping that my car would get fixed today, finished and fixed, but the parts for it didn't show up till today, so it's not ready till tomorrow. So I guess I can stick around and continue playing till 7. So that would make, I got about an hour and a half, 2 hours. But yeah, not a bad day. How are you doing? We're gonna sell some stuff. We're gonna sell that. for an extra d6 times 25. Yeah, we're going to do this. We don't need the pistol. Keeping the Scafford pistol. We don't need the Vicious Axe. Nope. We don't need the Fallen pistol. And we don't need the Sword of Gahara. But that Keeper's Eye, I need to put that on somebody. I can probably, if I put this on Murphy, that will be his last item he can wear. Be right back. Fud time. All right, Metaphysician, thank you for showing up. Um, you have yourself a great Friday, and I'll catch you next time, bro. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna sell these items here, but I'm gonna wait till the final person goes, so this way we might maximize what we get. Okay, so because we might double down or triple down on that. So Montana is gonna try to do the spirit cleansing. Yeah, we don't really need anything else in here. Everything in here is pretty much melee based. And if we don't have scout heroes or tribal heroes, we can't really do anything with the gear. So well, we can try the vision quest. No. We'll do the spirit cleansing. So that's the card. We don't need these anymore. So that's the card that I'm working with here. And if you can afford to pay the cost, choose one madness, curse, or mutation you want to remove and roll in a chart below. So let's see how much it's going to cost for Montana's. Is that a 1? Yeah. So it's only going to cost 1 dark stone. So we'll remove 1 dark stone from her. -1. And what are we going to do? We need to roll a d6. And pray she doesn't get possessed. A 5. Good. The madness, curse, or mutation is fully healed. So she no longer has whatever madness. Wait, is it a madness? Yeah. So she's got hallucinations. So whenever she gets loot, bad things happen. But that is now gone. Oh, I need to update her level on the screen as well. And then you drop her XP by 2K. So go to Montana. Her level is now 4. And her XP is now minus 2,000. So she's back to 10 XP. Awesome. So level 4. I cannot wait to see her sharpshooter ability. Yeah, I guess I have to keep going. So I really want to play as those Tradarans. So she's good. Next is Isamu. He's going to roll on the chart as well. Yeah, he gets 10. And a 10. Same thing. Trade opportunities. So everything just doubled. So, well, not so much doubled, but, well, yeah, I guess in a sense doubled. So instead of 25, it's d6 times 50 on the artifacts and gear. And then the dark stone here is $100 per shard. $200 per shard. There are moments where players can get kicked out of this. Well, let's just see what happens. Is that for the town stay or is that just for... That's just for today. So this place is going to make us filthy rich. So Isamu's going to try to cleanse himself. He's going to do the spirit cleansing. It's going to cost him, how much darkstone? 3 darkstone. So, yeah, he's got 5. So we'll do that. So -3 darkstone from him. And let's roll. We need a 4+ for it to be removed. And again, perfect. It was a success. So we removed the madness from Isamu, which was, it's coming for you. Yeah. Hold back the darkness on a fail. On a fail or doubles fail, take D3 sanity damage, ignoring willpower. So we got rid of that. Oh, Montana needs to get rid of her tentacle hands too. I'll bring her to the town dock next round, because there are some things we do still need to go to the general store and buy some supplies. So 2 days here I think will be sufficient. Next is Enrique. These two went back. Enrique now has to roll as well. If he rolls a 9 or a 10, we are going to be rich. Rolls a 7. If I remember correctly, I don't think anything happens. Yeah. Drumming, dancing, and bonfire. All the signs of a good time. No events. So before we do anything on here, we're going to start selling our stuff. Actually, no, I should cleanse him first. Yeah. So it's going to cost him how much? 2 dark stone. He does have a grit, so I can re-roll this if I need to. Everything's been going well in this town state, so I am like at this point thinking very poorly about this roll. Uh, so I need to roll a d6 to determine what happened. We need a 4+ to remove it. I'm gonna spend a grit for that. Oh my god. That would do permanent damage to him. No, actually, it would give him new mutations. So we're gonna remove 1 grit. Again, we need a 4+. Best possible thing. So, Spirit Guide. The Madness Curse mutation is fully healed, and you gain +1 sanity permanently as you bond with your Spirit Guide. Enrique just gained, and he needs this. He really needs this. He just gained a permanent sanity. Oh, this went perfectly. So he's now got 11 sanity, and I'll bump his sanity up because it goes along with it. And he now no longer has open to the void. So that was actually a mutation, but it does cure mutations. Hold on a second. Oh, okay, yeah. So it was a madness. Open to the void sounds like a mutation thing, but nope. So he's good there. We now have how much Darkstone total? We have 11. Hold on. That's what, 6 total there. So 17 Darkstone. We're selling them for $200 a pop. How many do we have again? 17 pieces. So that would give us what? 34? 17. Yeah, 34 pieces. 3,400 gold. So we're going to sell all of it. And we're going to get 3,400 gold. Good. We really need this. I really need to develop something to do all the work for me, but where's my cell phone? I'm just going to use that. So it's 3,400 gold is what we got. We're splitting it 4 ways. So 850 gold a pop. So we'll start with Enrique. You gained 850 gold. Montana gained 850 gold. Samu gained 850 gold. And Murphy also gained 850 gold. Awesome. We're back to having some serious cash. And we're still not done. We still got to sell this stuff. So it's... God, we're going to make some serious money. Because this stuff's worth some money. So I am going to have to write all this down. Because it's an awful lot. So this is worth 325. But it's also going to be worth an additional D6 times 50. Is that a 2? So 100. So 425 is what that's worth. Can't use it because, well, actually I can use it because of the strength value, but it's two-handed. Doesn't have enough upgrade slots. Not worth it, in my opinion. This is worth 325 as well. On top of that, nice. So that is what? 300? D6 times 50. So 300, so 300, that's 325, so 625 gold for that. Next is the Vicious Axe, which is worth 250 plus. So 300 gold for you. We need this money. The wagon cost us a fortune. The pistol is worth 100. So it's worth its base value. And then the sacred robes I cannot put on anybody. So that's worth, oh, okay, come on now. That's going to be worth 335 plus 2. So that's 100, so 435. There, we sold all the junk we don't need and we can't use. Don't need the pistol. We've already got two sets of pistols. So what that means is, let me add all this up, and then we're going to divide it amongst everybody. So we got 425, 625, whoops, 625, 300, 100, 435, divided by 4. Everybody's getting 400, and we'll just round it down. I want to keep it in the, yeah, I want to keep it in fifths or whatever, but 470 gold a pop. So 470 for Enrique, 470 for Montana, 470 for Isamu, and then finally 470 for Mr. Murphy. Oh God, it's so nice to have money again. That last adventure kind of scared me. Okay, so everybody is back here, and we're gonna spend a day. We're gonna spend the day. Well, we already spent the day doing stuff, but tomorrow we definitely need to go to the general store to gather supplies, and I need to send somebody to the doc's office. Who was it? Oh, Montana. Yeah, Montana needs to get rid of those tentacle arms real badly. So we're gonna spend the day there. We roll 2 dice. If I remember correctly, the mining town is we roll 2 dice on this. So we are now going up the town stay event chart. I might change the color of that. 2 plus, or actually I might give it a shadow. So we need a 2 plus, and we have 2 dice. Oh no! Did we get anything else? That's right. We got a +1 on these rolls. That's Steph. Yeah, that's 2 ones. We needed to roll a 2. All we needed was a 2 plus. Oh, we can't grit roll it. So now I have to roll 2 rolls on, not on this guy. It's the bad town event chart. It's the bad one. Let's see where it is. That's the local town event chart, the campsite hazard chart, town event chart. It is the town event chart, right? Or is it town? Let me get that out. Let me make doubly sure, because that +1 would help us so much. Army convoy, town event chart. Is that what it's called? Yes, we're good. So we're getting a +1, which means we will not get a void tornado. So luckily we ran into that army convoy on the way here. So 2d6 added together, we get a 10. The end is nigh. The people are stocking up on supplies and weapons, feeling like the next big attack could come at any time. All prices in town are now +50 due to the increasing demand. Wait, all prices? That's all the supplies. Okay, well, we still have a lot of bandages. We got a total of 7 bandages, three three whiskeys, lots of dynamite. I don't know if I want to spend any money at at the general store if it's going to cost me $50 per piece of gear. That's terrible. But we're not done yet. Same thing. Not only did it go up 50, it went up 100 per item. All prices in town are now plus $100. Why? So it's, oh, they ransacked this village. That is a shame. Is there any point of being here? Well, yeah, Doc's office. It would cost me another $100 to get the surgery done, though. Let's take a look. Yep. Oh no, wait. Yeah, it's gonna cost. Let me take a look one more time. Oh, it's all sales prices, if I remember correctly. Uh, all prices in town. So surgery is gonna cost D6 times 50 plus 100 on top of that. But I honestly, I'm glad. I am so glad that we sold everything before this happened. So, although it doesn't affect the sales, but either way, it's the beginning of the next town stay. We're spending $40 because we don't want to be at the campsite. I can't believe we rolled 2 1s on that. That's ridiculous. I was like, with my luck, that's gonna happen. So we'll have Montana pay this time. She's the wealthiest person on the team. So Montana's gonna pay 40 gold. 40 gold. And we're now going to do a daily event. Traveling tonic wagon. Rolling into town, a traveling tonic salesman opens up the sides of his cart to show his wares. We've done this before. Each hero may purchase up to 3 tonic tokens at 100 each. That might be worth doing. The problem is, on a roll afterward, roll a die for each tonic. On a 1 or 2, the tonic is nothing other than snake oil, and it's worthless, so we discard it. It's a 1 or 2, and we need tonics. We need potions. We need tonics. We're good on bandages. We do need some whiskey. Oh God. I mean, I would love to go to the general store. Doc's office is definitely happening. The general store, though, God, $150 for whiskey, $300 for a tonic. You might be able to lower them though. $300. No, 250 for a tonic and 300 for dynamite. That's insane. Yeah, general store is just not going to happen. But I'm going to have Montana go to the doc's office. Does anybody else need mutations or anything removed? Enrique's doing good. Montana needs that done. We're good there. I could have Murphy go with her and get rid of some things because the chances of him dying from a second mutation is pretty high. I'll try to get rid of the tentacle fingers because I like the mustache. The tentacle mustache is nice. So, because it's -10 to all purchases. So, not going to make up for the $100 stuff that's happening right now. But yeah, this is the last day we're spending in this town. So they're going there. So we at the doc's office. So we need to start with everybody else is staying at the inn. Uh, Montana and Murphy. So we'll start with Montana. She needs to roll 2d6. We did the card already, right? Yeah. So 2d6. She gets an 8. If I remember correctly, nothing really happens. Yeah, it's the smell of death. All too familiar at a doc's office, so no event happens. She now needs to spend d6 times 50 plus 100. Mad Arts, hello and greetings, man. What's happening new? A lot. A lot. Tried to finish the last adventure, and some of the worst possible cards came into play. And before we can even get into the boss fight, it downed the entire team. So they all got madnesses and injuries. The travel stay worked pretty well, and the wagon was the best purchase I ever made. We were able to avoid a bad travel hazard, and we all gained XP just for having it. Uh, we also ran into a whole bunch of other things. Seems like every time I go to town, we always seem to run into an army retinue that comes in and helps us. But the problem was we were at a mining town, and a mining town requires me to roll 2 dice on the town event uh, roll. So I actually have to use both die, and I rolled 2 1s on day 1, which means I have to do 2 hazards. I rolled the same hazard, and everything in town is costing $100 because it doubled. Basically, what happens is that everybody's in fear of the monsters and everything, and the demons coming out of the mines and everything, and everybody's freaked out, so they're buying up all the supplies in this mining town, and so now everything is scarce, and we have to spend lots of money to buy things. So Montana is going to be, what did I roll? I didn't roll yet. Oh God, it's costing her $400 for the surgery. Wow. Okay. $400 surgery. It better happen. She better remove this damn thing. So she is definitely not the most wealthiest person. What's with these rolls? Dude, if you listen to the bros enough, you'd know that I am notorious for terrible rolls and bad luck when it comes to gaming, board gaming and tabletop D&D and stuff. So she has to roll a d6, and I already rolled a 6 on the how much it cost for the surgery, but she does have a grit in case I need to re-roll. She passes. Good. We needed to get rid of those tentacle fingers or those tentacle arms real badly. So they're gone. So now she can get her crits back on all her shots. That is awesome, especially considering she just leveled up and now she's getting extra attacks on killing enemies. Holy crap. Yeah, just thinking about it. So when she kills an enemy, not only did she get an additional attack because of rapid shot, but she's now, because of sharpshooter, attacking another target within 3 spaces behind her. She is crazy. Yeah, these characters get crazy when you level them up. I love that. So Murphy is next. She's done. She doesn't need anything here. Everything's too expensive. I'm sure they have bandages, but I'm not going to spend $150 on bandages. They got tonics too. Crap. And we're going to move on to Murphy. He needs to roll 2d6. Dirty tools. Oh, no. I can grit this and re-roll this if I wanted to, and I'm going to because it's a -1 on surgery rolls, and I need surgery rolls. So grit. Murphy has 2 grit. Perfect. So I can re-roll this. Could be worse. But Murphy's going to spend a grit to re-roll that because that is the worst possible thing. And he's going to re-roll it. That's better. So nothing happens. It's just that typical, the smell of death, what you smell in the what you typically smell in a doctor's office. No event. But now he's got to roll a. First, we got to roll to see how much the surgery is. Oh God! So 250 plus 100, 350 gold is what's going to cost Murphy to do this surgery. This town is expensive, and he has a grit, so I can re-roll this if I need to. So 1d6. That's a failure. I'm gonna spend the grit. I mean, it doesn't. Does it do anything to him? I mean, I get half my money back, and I could roll worse. If I roll a 1 or 2, it's a 2 or 3. It's just a fail, and I get half my money back. If I roll a 1, it's botched. You know, I'm just gonna re-roll it. Yeah. If I botch it, I just can't. I can't ever do surgery at a doc's office on this thing ever again. I'm gonna go ahead. I don't know why I'm trying to erase stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and spend a grit on this roll. And I mean, it could be the same. It could be better. To which it is better. So he gets rid of the tentacle fingers. So that's one less mutation on him. So when we run into those cards that declare mutation stats and getting damage and all that crap from it, we'll be okay. So Murphy's done, and he's going back. And now we are one step further into the town stay. We have to make 3 pluses. Again, 2d6, 2 separate dice. So we got 1, but there's still a bad thing that happens in town. So once again, let's pull up. Is it this one? No, it's not. I got it right here. Yeah. So 2d6 plus 1. So if we didn't get the +1 from the retinue of soldiers, we would have been hit by a Void Twister. Void Twister is one of the worst things happening in a town state. It's happened to me once before where it killed our characters. Um oh yeah. I'm glad we didn't get that. But we're still gonna be doing something pretty bad. I can't re-roll it either. So town is overrun. The town is overrun with demonic creatures tearing apart the people and burning the buildings to the ground. It's time to get out while you can. Every hero in town must roll a number of dice equal to the number of Darkstone they carry, which is 0 because we sold it all. Getting. I don't know why that happened. So we don't have any Darkstone on us, so we don't have to worry about that. For every 1 rolled, the hero takes d6 wounds with no defense as they are assaulted by demons. Any hero KO'd by this is killed in the fiery ruins of the town, so meaning the character is dead until resurrected. The frontier town is destroyed and the town stay is over. We were only going to stay 2 days here anyway, so I guess we're lucky there. But if we had kept any... Hold on, is it Darkstone or Darkstone items? It says Darkstone. Doesn't say Darkstone items. So luckily, we actually sold them. So that reminds me, I actually need to remove all the Darkstone from everybody. Murphy, we sold all this before the second day. I forgot to remove it. We really didn't want any more of this crap. Although it was pretty helpful today. That's right. Samu used all of his. And Enrique -2, and then Montana -2. That's right. I forgot that the Darkstone, the rituals they were doing to get rid of their madness, didn't really cost them much in Darkstone. I think it was like 1, 2, and 3. Like that's literally what I rolled for their Darkstone stuff. Darkstone stuff. And that's the end of the town stay. Thank God. Okay. We couldn't stay another day anyway because I guess the this a-hole here probably followed us into town and killed everybody and destroyed the town. So we'll get rid of these for now. And what I'm going to do is that now that the town stays over, we will roll over to the adventure, the next adventure, which we are getting, if I remember correctly, we're getting +1 Darkstone and +10 gold, um, because it's enriched, because of the mining stay and everything. So yeah, that's going to be a nice adventure for money, for making some cash. But we are done with the town stay. We'll get the encounters ready, tokens ready. And what I'm going to do is, while I'm preparing this, I'm going to take a small recess. Um, I'm a little bit hungry and a little bit thirsty. I'm running out of water here, and I'm drying up. So if y'all stay tuned, I'm going to take like a between 5 and 10 minute recess, and I will be right back. So I'll catch you in a bit. Hey, welcome back to the stream. Sorry, it took me a little while. I figured before I started it or returned back from it, give me 1 second here. I figured I might as well kind of randomize the decks, get everything on the board without boring you while I'm doing all that. But I guess I could have talked while doing it. Let me get rid of that game token. What number is that? One. Welcome back. Thank you, Zestev. Awesome. Yeah, I'm glad to be back. Glad to be playing. We got some special rules for this adventure. You know what? Actually, I didn't. That is one thing I forgot to do was look at what exactly adventure. You know what would be fitting for this would be the mission we just did. And you know what? I think we're gonna go for it. Um, I want revenge, but also let's see what the first mission is for this. I can't do that one. Ooh, what's this? Night of the Dead. What's the rewards for this? Let's do it. So it's called Night of the Dead. So I'm guessing this is probably. Thank you for playing the game. Hey, it's no problem. It's my pleasure. I love playing this game, and I've always. There was a time where I played this religiously. Like, I'd get home from work, pull it out, play 2 hours, which is one adventure, and then at the time they didn't have the awesome assortment of like town stay events and stuff. I didn't get into that until the second Kickstarter came out. But I used to play this all the time, and these days I'm like, well, I'm gonna get back into it. You know, why not? And I was like, I've always wanted to start a board game stream. I had a friend who was always trying to push me to do it. Multiple friends who always tried to push me to do it. And now that I had the time to actually build something and make it as visually pleasing as possible, I'm like, why not? Let's. If I'm going to be playing this, why don't I perform this in front of people? They can see how Shadows of Brimstone plays. They might want to get it. They might learn something from me playing it, or I might learn something from them. That's like if if there's some rules that I'm screwing up on, call me out on it. I'm more than I'm like there's moments where I can't interpret what they're telling me to do. There's moments where it's like that. I don't know if you've noticed it, but there's been moments like that. But I will have moments though where I will be like, you won't learn shit from me. Well, MedArts, when we get those player cards, I'm almost done with them. When I get done with those player sheets, you're gonna be joining me, buddy. Have you? I know you were looking at the Kitsune. Was there any other classes that you were looking at that was of interest? Now that you've been watching the stream and you're seeing how everything's going, like, is there anything in there that kind of calls to you? But yeah, we're gonna do the Night of the Dead. But I'm always happy to be playing this. If I'm going to be playing it, I'm playing it alone. It's fun, but playing it online with people watching, being able to talk to people and talk about what's happening, what's going on in the game, I like this even more. The Jaguar Warrior, the Warrior's pretty stout, man, and he actually gets his own personal item deck. Anybody, I think it's the Jaguar Warrior gets their own personal deck for the personal item, and they get some good stuff in there. So, Night of the Dead. An old burial site has been uncovered down in the nearby cave system, and folks have been picking around where they shouldn't be, disturbing the dead. Now the corpses have risen up from their graves and are flooding out of the caves, hungry for the flesh of the living. Setting up. This mission uses the standard setup for all heroes. Start on the map on the main mine entrance map tile as normal. Mission goals. The heroes must fight their way into the cave system and destroy all the corpse piles that the hungry dead are rising from. They must find and destroy at least 8 corpse piles. So, my guess is that whatever destroyed the town wasn't demons. These guys resurrected, and an army of them came out and just wrecked the town. I mean, who can kill the undead, you know? There was no church there, couldn't stop them. Special rules. Undead Horde. This mission, all threats are hungry dead. Whenever a threat card would be drawn, instead use the following. Low threat. Peril dice, hungry dead, medium threat. So we're following medium threat. So it's two peril dice, number of hungry dead, which should be a cap of 12. Enemies placed by any means other than threat cards, such as directly placed by the darkness card, are placed normally, but do not need to be undead. Okay, so darkness card monsters, encounter card monsters, they come in as normal. But anytime we draw a threat card, it is now hungry undead. I wonder if that's the same for going into another world. Yeah, probably. Hmm. Enemies placed by any means. Oh, I already read that part. Alternatively, you may instead assemble your own threat deck using expansion cards. These threat decks should be comprised. I'm not going to do this. No. We're going to do their rules because, of course, my threat deck is an all inclusive deck. So it's got every single expansion added to it. So we're not going to follow that rule. And also, I'm not going to spend forever preparing a deck of threat cards. Elite Undead. Oh, whenever a new group of undead enemies, whose specific enemy type is not already currently on the board, comes into play, they gain one extra elite ability beyond what they would normally have. This free elite ability does not add the 5 plus experience to the enemies. Wow. So, on top of undead, how does that work? So, I'm guessing if another undead type comes in from the darkness card or an encounter card, they now get an elite ability, but don't generate +5 experience if you kill them. Piles of bodies. This is the objective. Each room map tile found by the heroes, not passages, contains a number of corpse piles and hungry dead to guard them. In addition to any encounter, wow, this place is just full of zombies in addition to any encounters and attacks on the exploration token there. So there's always an attack. Every room has an attack. When the exploration token is revealed, also roll a d6 to see how many corpse piles are in that room. So we have to roll a d6. On a 1 or 2, it's 1. 3 or 4, it's 2. On a 5, it's 3. And on a 6, it's 4. There are always peril dice hungry dead in the room with the corpse piles. These extra enemies do generate a loot. So that's considered a different group. So I would have to just to keep track of it, I'd probably generate cards just so I'm reminded that we do have an extra enemy. So just finding a room, we've generated corpse piles is an enemy group right off the bat. So that's one, and they're followed by hungry dead. That's two. If we run into a exploration token that has an attack or ambush, how the heck would zombies ambush anybody? That's that one group is adding to it, so we'd be at max 3 loot. Man, we could make some serious cash in this. It's not a really big reward or anything at the end of this thing, but ooh, yeah. Doesn't say anything about ambush. Oh, okay. Well, this is, I need to keep this out because there's an awful lot to remember every time you run into a specific event in this place. But this is actually, not gonna lie, this is a pretty cool mission already. So everybody should actually be doing okay. We didn't really have many problems in the town stay or the travel. Murphy spent all his grit to heal himself. Montana no longer has that mutation, stopping her from getting crits. If anything, everybody's doing all right. I think we got rid of all the madnesses. Yes, we got rid of all the madnesses on everybody. We got rid of the injury on Murphy. I really thought this team was about to die after what happened on at the end of that mission. We got lucky. So let's begin this new adventure. So I have to keep track. Every time we find gold in scavenger loot, Is it both? Or is it just loot? I think it's both. It's anytime we find gold and darkstone. We get plus 10 gold, 1 darkstone. Let's do this. So let's begin the town. Let's begin the adventure with Enrique. Actually, I do have something on somebody that I need to remind myself to use, and it happens at the beginning of every adventure. Yeah, the Traveler's Pack. At the start of adventure, gain 2 free tokens. Bondage. Hold on, I just totally lost where I was. Bandages. I need to make that look like an A. It looks like an O. Not bondage. Bandage, sake, potion, or flash. So no dynamite, but if we get to choose 2 tokens, and he's actually low on them, I almost want to say the potions. Too bad it's not tonics. But I'm gonna go with. We have dynamite, 4 pieces of it. That's perfect against these guys. So, oh god, I'm probably gonna go with, and it's tonics. No, potions. Yeah, I'm gonna go with whiskey. We could use whiskey, I think. Hold on, how much do we have? We have 1, 2. Yeah, we need whiskey. So we now have 5 whiskey and 7 of the bandages. And that should be it. And we do have something for the beginning of every fight. And it's the dice. And that's important. I gotta remember I have this. And I might put this on. I gotta put this on. Decided who I'm gonna put it on one day. So let's begin. So Enrique is gonna roll for his grit. He's not quite there. He needs a 5 or 6. He doesn't get it. But he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to scavenge this room. He doesn't find anything. Next is going to be Montana. She's going to try for her grit. She doesn't get it, but she's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4. And she's also going to scavenge this room. Nothing. Next is Samu. Samu's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but he's going to move up 1, 2. It would be a good idea if I did this. There we go. And it's not that location. I need to go to the portal chart here. We're going to the mines. There we go. And it switches it to the mines. Good. And we'll hide that to the top. And reset. So she moves up. She scavenged, found nothing. Isamu attempted his grit, didn't get it. He's going to move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to scavenge with a 3 scavenge. And he finds something. What does he find? Okay, so from here on out, whenever we find money on scavenge and loot, not only do we get Murphy's plus 25, but we're also getting plus 10 from the town. So he's getting plus 35 on top of this, so he's getting 85 gold. Because this mine is rich in resources. It's a good idea to go to the town. I really wanted to go to the canyons, but I figured, hey, if there's money in them mines, that's what we're after. So Samu just gained 85 gold and 10 XP. Everybody's doing pretty good on XP now. Although we would have gotten a lot more in that last fight, but oh well. Next is Murphy. And Murphy's going to roll for his grit. Doesn't get it, but he moves up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to also, let me get the scavenge markers out here. Because we've scavenged this room once so far. And we'll pull up icon 1. I want it to be scavenging. And it's already got 1 on it. There we go. So this room has 1 scavenge on it. We can do up to 2, but Murphy can do plus 1 on top of the maximum. So Murphy's going to roll 4d6. Not a single one. Okay. All right. That's the end of all their activations. And we're now to hold back the darkness at 7+. So Murphy's got his lantern. He's trying to hold back whatever's coming out, and he manages to do it. Good job, buddy. Next is the beginning of the round. So we get started off with Enrique. Enrique's going to roll a grit. He needs a 5 or 6, unlike everybody else. He only gets a 1. And he's going to move up 2 and peer through that door. Or peek through that door. And he finds a long passage. Put my discard pile where y'all can see it. I like y'all seeing the cards. So we find the long passage. Let me go grab the tile for that. I want to keep this out. Which expansion? Tredarin? It's in all of them, but I kind of like keeping track of which one's which. Is it 4 wide? It sure is. Or 4 long, sorry. So far we only found, oh, they're wearing. We only found a extension going deeper into the mine. So therefore, we actually go down the map once. Posse marker goes to the right once, and no exploration token so far. And remember, if we ever find a room, it's always generating corpse tokens and zombies. Which I don't think I actually properly did this. Once I add these to the stream, I don't have to worry about doing this anymore. I got a way to do it. So that belongs here. Next is going to be Montana. She's going to roll for her grit. She needs a 6. Nothing, but she moves up 1, 2, 3, 4. She's going to scavenge that room. She finds 1 scavenge. Nothing but 10 XP. 10 XP is good. Montana generates 10 XP. And that's the end of that card. Next is Samu, and Samu's going to... What's he gonna do? Well, he's gonna roll for grit first. Doesn't get it, but he's gonna move up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and he's going to scavenge that room. Let me go ahead and bring up another token here. We're all moving up, so I'm just gonna bring this over here and declare that room's got 1 scavenge on it. He's gonna roll 3d6 with his mercenary ability. He does find something, and what he finds is nothing but 10 XP. Samu generates 10 XP. We'll put that card away. And next is Murphy. He's going to roll 1d6 for his grit, and he gets it. Good Murph. And he's now going to move on up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he's going to roll 4d6 to scavenge that room. Did Montana do that? Well, either way, he would get +1 on top of everybody. So he's generating 1 scavenge card. This, it's too bad. This could, it's only going to be 10 XP, whatever it is, but still, he's super close to leveling. He's getting, what is that, plus 35, so he's getting 60 gold. Murphy's generating 60 gold, and he's getting 10 XP on top of that. Awesome. We'll get rid of that card and move on. It's the end of the round. I keep forgetting to do this part. I need to put this on every single thing. And we now have a hold back the darkness test at 7+ still. Once again, he's got his lantern. He's attempting to get rid of it. He manages to hold back whatever's coming out. So at the beginning of the round, we got Enrique again. Once again, he's going to roll his grit. He's not at max, is he? No. He needs a 5 or 6. Nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Peering through that room, he finds, there we go, a reinforced room from the Caverns of Cinder expansion. one of these days I'm going to put these back. What does it look like? The tram going that way. Found it. And it's entering from this direction. It's kind of in the way. I don't know where to put it. I bought this thing to increase the space on my Mac, and I'm not using it. So it generates an exploration token. And keep that there, and we'll also add to it. And that was Enrique's turn. Next is Montana, and Montana's going to move up. Well, first she's going to roll for her grit. You know, she's at max grit, so it doesn't really matter. She's going to move 1, 2, 3, 4. This is definitely going to have zombies and corpse tokens in here. She's going to... Nobody needs any healing or anything, so she's going to roll for scavenge. Doesn't find anything. That's going to be the end of her turn. We now have Isamu. Isamu is going to roll for his grit. Needs a 6. Doesn't get it, but he's going to move up 2 spaces. And, protect the ranged. And he's going to roll for scavenge in that room. He gets it. And he finds nothing but 10 XP. Gladly take that. He's slowly getting up on level. I'm beginning to think this fight should actually give us some leveling here. And then finally, we got Murphy, who's going to roll for grit. Doesn't get it, but he's going to move up 2, and he's also going to scavenge that room. And you know what I'm going to do? I might kind of want you all to see this better, so I think I'm going to zoom the camera in. Move this at least, and maybe zoom the camera. Yeah, that's actually just a better shot in general. Yeah, but nothing wrong with zooming the camera either. Give me 1 second. Because this is about to be a boss fight. Not a boss fight, but definitely a battle room. So that room's been scavenged. And so has this room. Did I roll for Murphy? I did not. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up another scavenging token. And I'll set it to 1 since that room has been scavenged once. So what we're going to do is Murphy's going to do a scavenge in that very room. Oh, wow, he finds 3 scavenges. First time I've seen this. So, been doing this for 4 weeks. Not once have I seen anybody get 3 scavenge. Murphy finally did it. It's doing exactly. And you know what? He leveled up before we got into the fight in here, which is sick. So, I need to upgrade that to 2. So, this room has been scavenged twice. And next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have Murphy pull out 3 scavenges. Ooh. I'm going to attempt to get rid of that darkness card. No, actually, I'm going to roll it, and then I'm going to see how bad it is. Then I'll get rid of the darkness card. So, first, 30 XP for Murphy. Which levels him up. Awesome. But also sucks, because that means that from here on out, everything has an elite ability. Because because we're now fighting medium threat with elite abilities. So, oh boy, if I choose to level him up, which I am, it'd be stupid of me not to. I'm dying to see what he can get. So first, he's getting plus 35 to that, so he's getting 85 gold. Good job, Murph. And then he's going to draw a gear card. And what he finds is a dungeon lantern. Every hero on the same map tile as the lantern may reroll a single failed willpower roll once per turn. And it's a light sorts. I'm replacing the starting gear lantern with this on, and it doesn't weigh anything on Murphy. Murphy is now walking around with a dungeon lantern. This guy is built for dungeon crawling. So we got a dungeon lantern. It doesn't have a price on it, but every hero on the same map tile. So heroes on same tile. Reroll a single failed reroll once per turn. Reroll single failed will roll once per turn. That is awesome. Doesn't weigh anything, but that thing is wicked. So I'll put it in the discard pile so y'all can see what it looks like. Pretty slick, right? Pretty slick. So, Madman Murphy. I do want to give him that ring of Yamabushi though. Either that or actually might be better on Isamu. Actually, what does it do again? Skill tests. You get to roll a D8 instead on a skill test. So we did get the gear card. Let's draw a darkness card, and I'll decide whether or not I do want to get rid of it. So let's see what we get for a darkness card. Cave in. With a thunderous crack, the ceiling. Actually, hold on. It's not a darkness card. Let me. It's a scavenge card that I do it on. So I need a 5+ to remove that scavenge card. So we have a darkness card to deal with. With a thunderous crack, the ceiling begins to fall in. Each hero must pass an agility 6+ test or take. Wow, really a 6+? Or take D6 hits that do 2 wounds each from falling debris. I do have ways to get rid of this. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna use Murphy's Norse traveling pants to try and get rid of this darkness roll. I need a 3+. It's once per adventure. Good. Goodbye card. Although, yeah, that's a lot of damage. See, the sad thing is that we could potentially get a darkness card that makes undead horrible. So I feel a little bad about doing this. But D6, I'm going to fail that test. Actually, how's everybody's agility? Just out of curiosity. If I remember correctly, they're not that good. Yeah, no, Murphy's terrible at it. So this is definitely happening. So we're getting rid of that cave-in. No more removal of darkness at 3+. That's gone. Uh, so that was his turn. He scavenged, and Murphy leveled up. So I'm gonna go ahead and level Murphy up right now. So I'm going to spend 2,000 XP. I'm here pressing on the screen like, why isn't that working? Uh, it's not a touch screen, Tony. So I spent 2,000 XP, and he's now level. Let me check something. Oh my god. Sometimes the chat likes me, sometimes it doesn't. If it's, oh my god, seriously. I wish it would stop doing that. Let's go to, let me take a look at something and see if the variables aren't working. Oh, it's set to base. XP is working, but level is not working. I'll check that out later. I really need a notepad to remind myself where things are wrong. Let me go to Murphy. Level macro not working. Everybody else is working? I mean, I did it to Montana. Everybody but Murphy. Let me just take a small look at my macro here for a second. Player 4 editor. That is because there is no level macro for Murphy. I need to add that, but not right now. That requires me to sit down and program it. So I'll fix that later. But I will level him up right now. With Murphy, he is a prospector at level 4. So he gets a free ability upgrade. Yeah, there it is. He gets a free ability upgrade. I'm just noticing right now that my music's not working. Yeah, I think I know what's happening. Yep, it resorted back to caster. It's probably why nobody's hearing anything, and because of that, yep, because of that, Sirenscape wasn't working. So I'm sorry, I apologize. Now it is working. I was wondering why I wasn't getting the right vibe playing today. The music and sound effects and all that helps. What you're hearing in the background is an application I use called Sirenscape. It's a really amazing application. If you play D&D board games, some of the best ambient sounds, music you could possibly have. It has soundboards, you name it. I highly recommend it. It's a great app. Uh, it has stuff for Cthulhu. It has stuff for pretty much all the D&D campaign books for like D&D Beyond and all. So Prospector, we have to now roll on Murphy's free ability upgrade, and he generates 4. I really wanted more stats for him, but I'm not going to fight this. Murphy's getting +1 movement. So, okay, level 4. I rolled a 4 +1 movement. So Murphy is now, he's fast. He is fast. So he's now a 6 movement. Good God. And that's it. That's all he gets from that. And then we decide what upgrade he's going to get. Well, what skill, what class skill he's going to get. So I've been kind of building him towards just helping the team generate money. And he's been doing an amazing job at that. Which I think has been the claims jumper stuff. Nope, mining. Yeah, he has good find and staking claim. Oh my God. I could upgrade him to Hardy Swing. So he gets +1 combat. So he'll be now a 4d8 attack. And he'll have +1 agility on top of that. Seriously. I don't really want him going any other way. But I do have other skill tree parts. So let me just show you. I'll put this over here for now. Yeah, they're not very well attached. Put this over here for now, and I'll just pull the skill tree out here for a second. So that's what we're seeing here for his skill tree. And right now I'm going down this. That's amazing. And I'd be kind of stupid not to take it right now, because that +1 combat's going to make him insane. Uh, Especially that mining, being able to re-roll with a grit. I can actually grit roll on Hold Back the Darkness now. That's awesome. Yeah. So I can choose a die and re-roll it. That's pretty sick. But the rest of them actually look pretty good too. Uh, Claim Jumper. I can when in town and stuff. You can do a whole bunch of stuff in town with these. I can even have him hold more stuff at the end of it. Scavenger. You now scavenge end caps. Yeah, that's okay. +1 move on that too. He'd be a 7 movement. He'd be the fastest little prospector. Um, lucky bugger. When using your expert miner ability, you may make a luck 6+ test if pass triple the amount of collected instead. Impressive facial hair. Once per adventure, you may tug at your facial hair to recover grit up to your max grit. That is actually really good. But Hardy Swing, man. I'm going for Hardy Swing. So he's going to get Hardy Swing. And he's getting +1 combat. And +1 agility. So he's now a 4 combat total. And an agility 2. I no longer have a character with a 1 in some skill. Oh wait, no, I do. Enrique. Yeah, he's not very cunning. So we leveled up Murphy. He's now more badass than he was before. And let me put this away. There we go. Oh boy. And we're now probably going to be fighting some of them damn undead. So everybody went, everybody activated, we got to level up. We have to do everything that's on that token plus. So this should be crazy. I don't know why that camera's still acting up. The thing is hard connected in and everything. I think it's just been. I don't think it can handle the heat from the battery. That's what I've noticed about these cameras that have batteries installed. I think that the charging of the battery is also causing issues. Because that thing heats up. So I'm wondering if I should unplug the battery and just see what happens. Maybe it'll cool it down. Because I have 2 other cameras that are close to that. They're better than these 2. Better camera quality, better ISO levels, lighting, you name it. I want to use them, but I've already experienced them dying within 3 to 5 hours. Because they just overheat. So all right, it's the end of their activations. We now, again, I'm going to probably add that to the stream, like a little thing that pops up at 0 saying encounter phase and all that stuff. So we got to flip over this bad boy. The problem is that there are some monsters that are actually initiative 0. That's why I have it allowing it to go down further. So we do have a clue token, which I don't think really matters. We do have a portal. We do have an encounter here. So luckily we don't have an extra attack here, but we do have to roll and see how many zombies and how many corpse piles we're dealing. But also, let us start with the portal. The portal's going to be right across. And where did I put them? So that's an end cap. I'll get a portal clip. Pretty exciting. We get to go to a whole nother world. Here's hoping we go to the derelict ship. So what you're seeing is this. Got a portal to another world. We still have to do an encounter from the mines before we actually get into the combat, but let's go ahead and roll. Oh, yeah. So we're fighting medium threats right now. We leveled up, so now they have elite abilities. So we're taking on 2 peril dice numbers of undead. So seven hungry undead. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. I'm sorry. So each room map tile found by the heroes contains a number of corpse piles and hungry undead to guard them, in addition to the encounters and attacks on the exploration token there. When the exploration token is revealed, also roll a d6 to see how many corpse piles are in the room. I might have to buy an additional pack of undead, yeah, to make up, because I think we have a maximum of 12. So we are going to roll a d6 to see how many corpse piles we're dealing with. 3. How many do we need to take down? We need to take down 8. So there's 3 corpse piles. Let me pull up the monster cards. So this and should be just called corpse pile. Might be plural. I might have actually typed it in plural. You know what? Let me just type it in plural. Nope, that's not it. Corpse pile. So it's a 0 initiative. We'll read their card here in a minute. Let me put it away and pull up the undead. So, hungry, dead. And they are initiative 1. We get to go first. These guys, nothing a little bit of dynamite can cure with the hungry dead. Very basic rules for them, but they both get. Okay, hold on. Yeah, they both get. Dang, I totally forgot about that. So monster 2. Let's roll and see what they get for a bonus. So they get what does it say? Recently dead. So that's number 3. So on top of Fear 1, if anybody's adjacent to them, they're getting a horror hit. But on top of that, they move 3 and their initiative 3 instead of 1. So let me fix that. So I need to type in initiative 3. So hungry, dead. They're not initiative 1 anymore. They are 3. Next are the corpse tokens. Let's see what they gain. 2. Unholy Stench. Their Fear 1 is replaced with Unspeakable Terror. Any hero starting their activation on the same or adjacent tile takes 2 horror hits. Oh, they gotta go. So they're generating a 2. Yikes. But they're still initiative 0. These guys are the ones that are now 3. So they're sharing initiative with Montana. At least we got Enrique. So on top of that, we roll peril dice for the number um, of hungry undead that are going to be there with the corpse token. So 3 of them. So 3 corpse piles, right, and 3 hungry undead. I'm going to be right back with those, and I'll put them there. Awesome. So hungry undead bottles. These are actually like first edition. So these are from the very first pack before they did the revision. So you'll see a lot of like basically the print molding and everything on them. But you got a minor zombie, just a regular everyday zombie. There's actually a female version too. I didn't see it in there, but that's them. And then of course the corpse piles. They're all based. I don't know why I based this one black. I should have based it white. It'd be a lot easier to paint. Although if I airbrushed it, that would be an easy paint job. So first things first, we go in initiative, return initiative order. So these 3 are going to be like this, and then these guys. Actually, hold on. Actually, it would be there. Actually, it would be here. Actually, we're going this way. So this would be here. Zombie, zombie, and zombie. Or hungry undead. I gotta remind myself they have special rules. Their movement 3, so they move 5, so they can get anywhere they want. But I think since Enrique's going first, I want to say Enrique should be able to pin all those 3 down, no problem. As long as he gets his crits, and he should be able to see all of them. Yeah, he can see this guy. So we need to do an encounter for the mines. Should probably grab another deck, but runaway minecart. It's a little bit louder. Hold on 1 second. There's a sound that is probably at max volume. Why is it so loud? Oh, it's loud on my end. Hold on. That's why. We drop it down a tad. I'm looking at my mic. That's better for me. On my end, it's loud as heck. So, runaway minecart. This is the encounter, and then we can go on to the combat and everything. You hear shouting echo up ahead. Moments before, an overloaded minecart comes roaring down the tunnel at you. Sparks fly with its wheels, from its wheels as it hurtles down the track, and you realize almost too late that you are standing directly on the tracks. A random hero needs to make an agility 6+ test, so we'll go ahead and roll for that. Again, initiative order is always going to be how I roll, so 1 or 2 on Enrique. I need to add it to the player plates to automatically to show you who's going to be whatever role it is. But a 1 or 2 is going to be Enrique. 3 or 4, my God, it's still loud. It's those zombie roars. That's just, it's too much. There we go. That's on my end though. So 1 or 2 is Enrique. 3 or 4 is Montana. 5 or 6 is Samu. 7 or 8 is Murphy. So let's see who is going to be taking this agility test. Luckily, Murphy got his stuff. Isamu, and I think Isamu might be a 2 or a 3. Yeah, he's a 2. But he's gonna make a 6 plus. So let's see what happens. He doesn't make it. If successful, gain 25 XP. As you leap out of the way in time, if failed, the cart smashes into you, sending you flying through the air. Take 3d6 hits. Then, the cart, full of darkstone rocks, explodes as it hits the wall. All heroes take d6 corruption points. I might want to grit roll that and try to get rid of it. Actually, I wish I bought potions. How much grit does he have? 2? I'm going to let Isamu re-roll that. Because that's bad for everybody. Come on, buddy. Double 4s. Oh, no. Okay, well, he takes 3d6 wounds. Man. Alright, so he's going to take 3d6 hits. So let me roll 3d6. That's going to be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's going to take 9 hits. He needs 3 pluses of defense to avoid damage. Wow, he rolled a lot of 2s. He takes 1, 2. He takes 1, 2, 3, 4 points of damage. And then everybody's about to take some corruption. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 points of damage. Yikes. That sucks. And then D6 corruption hits on everybody. How's everybody doing on corruption? Not really well. So, and some of these people, oh my god, dude, come on. Come on. Alright, so 1d6 on Enrique. Of course he rolled the max. He needs to make 5 pluses on these. He might just mutate this round. He gets hit by 3. Enrique mutates. So, need to remove 2 because he's back up to 2. Whoops. I am in the wrong person here. Alright. Enrique is back down to 2. He gets a mutation, so I'll just go ahead and put him here. Montana is getting a D6. And she's taking 1. She needs to make a 4 plus on it. Nothing happened to her. I'll put her over here. Failures in the A plus students. Isamu is getting 6. Take 2 corruption. He needs 5 pluses. He gets 1. And Murphy. Murphy's going to be taking 1 hit. He needs 5 pluses. He's fine. Oh wait, 1 hit. He's not mutated. So Enrique gets a new mutation. I've got another book around here somewhere to use. The mutation he gets is 54. Fused with an item. Your skin and muscles have grown out and extended around one of your items, making it part of you. Choose one item you're carrying that is one-handed or two-handed. From now on, that item may not be equipped. One of his pistols. Fused with item, pistol. It's not a big deal. Mutation or injury. Fused with item. Pistol. There. Not a big deal. That's the starting gear, and I have, other than that mutation, that mutant pistol. Well, it'd be a shots 2. Those pistols are shot 2 anyway, so at least I think so. Yeah, they're shot 2. God, Murphy's now at 4 combat. That's sick. So everybody mutated. We finished the encounter. Well, not everybody. Enrique mutated. We finished the encounter. We're now moving on. That means is we're now battling. I'm not hearing any battle music. It'll come up eventually. So we can get rid of some of these icons. So where is the battle music? Hold on one second. I don't think the sounds are working properly. I might have to switch to another sound group. I'm sorry, give me a second here to figure out why this ain't working. Let me test out another sound. There we go. Took long enough. And then it goes away. How loud is it on here? Of course it is loud. Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to make sure. For some reason, the audio coming from my sound app isn't coming out right. Some sounds are too loud. Get rid of that. That. Guessing you all can hear it. For some reason, I'm getting weird sounds. A lot of them. I'm going to test something. I'm going to see if that stops it, and then I'm going to try to change. Oh, that's why. Okay. It's not the app. For some reason, my computer, whenever I turn on, and I forgot about this, every time I turn on Caster, or I set my audio to my sound system, it automatically turns on music, Apple Music for some reason. It's playing sounds I don't want it to play. So now that pisses me off because I really don't want anything but Sirenscape to be playing, because I could be getting copyright problems because of that crap. There we go. Apple can really piss me off sometimes with some of the stuff that they do on their Macs. I don't understand why it does that. Automatically sets it to music. I never asked it to do that. It's so weird. So, anyway, back to it. We finished the encounters and everything, and what are we doing? The end of the phase, so we're going to move on to Hold Back the Darkness. Murphy's going to roll the 2d6. You got it. And we're now at the beginning of the fight. We have to use the Dead Man's Dice for Murphy first. So, Dead Man's Dice. Start of the fight, roll 2d6. If doubles are rolled, recover 1 full grit. If total 7 is rolled, 3 horrors. Nothing. So, I don't know why I kept that stuff. So what we're gonna do is really want to move. One of these days I'm gonna get rid of that couch. I have more space, better location, you name it. I want it. I want it that way so bad. Because I like this little space and it's working out pretty well, but I really need to change everything out. So Enrique's actually gonna go first. And I could lob dynamite. I just won't really get many. I mean, I could put it here and try to kill... Could try to kill 2 corpse tokens and one of those guys. But I'd rather him just shoot his guns. I think he'll do better with his guns. So they're getting move 3 plus 3 initiative, so they're a 4 initiative. Oh, actually, they're a 4 initiative. Oh, no, they are now move 3 initiative. 3. Okay, so Enrique's going to roll for grit first, unless he's maxed. No. Rolling for grit. He gets it. He needs a 5 plus to get a grit. And that's because of his ability. Next, he's going to start firing shots into these guys, and he's getting 6 shots each. He's getting 3 shots a pop. What was that? Oh, because of the, that's right, I gave it the, Darkstone grips. He doesn't have the bullets anymore. That's a shame. Darkstone bullets are awesome. So, pulls out his pistols and just starts firing into everybody. He's going to be rolling 66. He's got grit, so I can re-roll it, and he's going to have to. Because that's 1 hit. So, I'm going to spend a grit. And we're going to re-roll 5 of those misses. That's better. So 1 hit and 2 criticals. They don't have anything ignoring crits. So technically I can just off 2 of them. But let me see what I can do against the corpse piles first. Because he can reach the corpse piles from here. I'd almost rather him take down the corpse piles if he can do that right now. Let me put them away and see the corpse pile token. So corpse piles are immobile. They cannot move. They have Fear 1. Anybody standing adjacent to it takes a horror hit. They also have a 2. What is that? Oh, Unspeakable Terror. He needs to make 2 horror hits. I should have done that at the beginning, but... Wow, he got him. I was not expecting that. He needs 5 pluses to avoid horror hits. And he did. And so they get spawner at the end of each turn. Roll a d6 for each corpse pile token and a roll of 4 plus. Place a new Hungry Dead adjacent to it. If there are no empty spaces adjacent, instead every hero adjacent to the corpse pile takes 1 hit that does 3 damage. Okay, so what we're gonna do... I feel like that's a bit loud. Give me 1 second to drop that music down for y'all. That's about where I want it. Okay. So, I'm not getting any bonuses for this. I almost feel like I'm better off just taking down the guys, the zombies. So I think I'm going to do that. Because there's 6 health. And best I can do is 6 damage. So, these 2 guys would be automatically wiped out. So, those 2 criticals killed these 2 zombies. And now I'm firing a shot into him. So -4 to my roll. Does nothing. So that zombie's still alive, but he gets 20 XP for killing that one zombie. That's Enrique. And he gets 20 XP. He is a little bit under 200 away from leveling up. Isamu is far behind him. Next is the zombies. They're a initiative 3 with a movement of 3. And that zombie can definitely get on up on us. So 1, 2, 3. And we'll determine who he's targeting. Of course, you can only target 2 of those characters. So on 1 through 3, it's going to be Isamu, and the 4 through 6 is going to be Murphy. So he's going after Isamu. So you know what? Let's just say he went diagonally right into his face. And they're only 1 combat, but they do 3 damage. So let's take a look at what he does.
Hello, Iceman.
Whoops. Hold on 1 second. So they need a 4+ melee. Did not make it. So zombie came in, tried to jump on Isamu, and Isamu just took his outlaw club and just kind of backed the damn thing off. He's probably ready to strike him, but next is Montana. Montana's back to full flipping strength. She is a powerhouse right now, but she doesn't have the Darkstone bullets. So just letting you know, Darkstone bullets, you gain them at the blacksmith. They're pretty expensive, but for the entire adventure, you're +1 damage with that weapon that it's equipped to. And last adventure, she was wrecking things with that. That was until the whole party got wiped out by a darkness guard. A darkness guard, not a monster. Some type of horrible thing came up and just took us all down. And apparently it was just the weight of our adventuring. Because it was called On the Run. So I'm guessing all the stress from all the adventuring, all the winning we've been doing, caught up to us. So what we're gonna do is Montana gets 3 shots, I believe, with her rifle. Yeah, she's getting 3 shots because she's got her ability that she gets additional shot with 2-handed weapons, and she's getting +1 for the Darkstone. Was it inlay? But anyway, she's getting. Oh no, that's not it. It's on here somewhere. Hold on 1 second. How is she getting that +1 attack? Did I erase it? Oh, there it is. Darkstone Grip. So she's getting +1 from the Darkstone Grip, +1 for her ability. She's getting 3 attacks. So, and it's a damage 2 weapon. So it's definitely dropping some defense here. And I think I want her to focus. Well, she'll probably kill the zombie. But let's see what she gets for rolls first. So she's going to roll for grit. No, she's at max grit. So let's roll for her ranged attacks. That's 2 hits and a miss. I get to re-roll one of her misses. And that's because of the Darkstone inlay that's on her weapon. Still a 2. Okay. So 2 regular hits at 2 damage. I'm going to have one definitely on the Hungry Dead. I want to free up the guys. And so it's -2 to her roll. So here's the first shot with -2 to the roll. Pull at 5 points damage. Outright kills him. She gets another shot after this for her rapid shot. Every time she kills an enemy, she gets an additional shot, up to 3 maximum. So that kills him, and I need to give Montana some experience. She gains 10 XP for that kill. And next is going to be her... Oh, we got to roll for that extra shot. It's a critical. Awesome. So what that means is let's pull up... There's no more zombies, so we'll just put that away for now until they spawn again. So I'm getting +2 to the damage. Here's the critical. I'm going to put the critical on this one right here. And it's +2 to whatever I roll. And I do have a re-roll for damage as well. And that is on Iron Concentration. Her ability, Iron Concentration, allows her to re-roll a damage roll. So I haven't used it yet. So let's see what she gets. I'm going to keep that. So +2 to the roll, that's 7 points of damage. Outright kills that zombie pile. That guy's gone. So because of that, she did 6 damage total to it, meaning that she's getting 10 XP plus 5 times the wounds. So 40 experience is what Montana's getting right now, which also means she killed another model. So let me give her her experience. She's gaining 40 XP. And she killed another model, so therefore she gets rapid shot number 2 out of 3. Doesn't get it. So she gets one more shot, but it doesn't get any... It's not a critical. It's just a regular shot. She's going to put it on this guy. It's minus... Actually, it's not minus anything. It's whatever she rolls because she's got +2 damage to this thing. So let's see what happens. 4 points of damage. Let me pull up. First off, 4 points of damage means she's going to get 30 experience. And then I'll get a health token out here. Tokens... Wounds. And it's got 4 wounds, actually. Yeah. So we'll add 2 more. And that corpse token right here has 2 wounds on it. Okay. So that's the end of Montana's activation. They are still, what, initiative 0? She needed to make Unspeakable Horror terror test, by the way. I totally forgot about that. So that is... It's a 2. So she needs to make 2. And all she needs is 4 pluses. So she takes 1 damage of sanity. I should have done this at the beginning of her activation. I keep forgetting that they have an elite ability. So she took 1 sanity damage. Next is Isamu. He's got to do the same thing. But first we'll roll for his grit. He's not at max, so let's roll it. Doesn't get it. But he needs to make 2 5+ willpower saves against the unspeakable horror that the corpse token's giving him. Fails both, so he takes 2 sanity damage. I do need to do this, so this way you all can see that the progression. So Isamu, that guy's got 4, that one's got a full 6, so we're gonna have Isamu move on up. Where's his spot? They're right here, aren't they? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's getting, well, yeah, he's getting right up in that grill. He's getting 3 combat. They do happen to have Unspeakable Terror, so he's getting +1 damage to that. They are a large pile, so he's not getting bonus damage to that at all. But he's getting +2 damage for Sword of Defiance with the damage core, the Darkstone core. So he's getting 3 damage total on top of his attacks against these guys. And he's getting 3 combat. So let's see what he gets. I need 3 pluses on these rolls. So 3 combat, 3 plus. Are you freaking kidding me? Luckily, he's got grit, so I'm going to spend that grit. Let's go ahead and spend 1 grit. And we're going to re-roll those all 3 dice. That should be 3 hits. So 3 hits with +1 damage. So what we're looking at right now is that they are a defense 2. So I'm going to be getting +1 on my rolls. If I roll a 1, this guy's dead no matter what. So I'm just going to say one of those hits lands on this guy. He's dead. Because no matter what I would have rolled, it's a goner. It doesn't have anything to avoid the damage either, so... No. So, Isamu gained 20 XP from that. Next is going to be Murphy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Murphy's going to move on up. And he's going to... Is there something I'm missing from Isamu? There is. Isamu still had 2 attacks. What am I thinking? So, again, they're +1 to the damage roll because they're only a defense 2. They're not getting anything additional, right? So, let's go ahead and roll these out. So, the first attack is +1 damage. 6 damage. So, what we're looking at here is this guy's outright killed. Which reminds me, I need to create a token for goals. So I'm going to add that right now. But actually, in a second. So he just gained 30, 40 experience from this kill. Good, he's closing in. So he finished, and we took down what, 3 of those corpse piles. I'm gonna go ahead and generate an icon. I'm just gonna use the target one. There we go. So I'm gonna use the target, and we'll just subtract 33 from it. And this is representing how many corpse tokens we have currently taken out. Just have it like right here. There we go. That works. We need 8 corpse tokens to complete this mission. Fairly simple mission. So we defeated the enemies. Therefore, we were going to play that sound. Awesome. So we defeated 2 enemy groups. That means we get 2 loot a pop. And put them away. Hold on a second. Let me put those monster cards away. I mean, we probably will need them again. You know what? I'll just put them down here. We're gonna need them again, probably. But actually, they might have different stats. So, let's go ahead and do the catch your breath phase. So everybody who's activated only get D3 health, sanity, any mix. Everybody who hasn't activated either gets to get health, 1d6 sanity, wounds, any mix, or they can choose to get a grit back. And Murphy hasn't gone this round, so, and he looks like he's doing good on health, so Murphy's just gonna get a grit back. I'll just do that right now. Sorry, I'm getting a little lightheaded. I think I'm getting exhausted by the stream, and I'm thirsty. Okay, so we don't need that token anymore. I'll go ahead and put that away. And now we're going to do the rest of the catch your breath. So we'll start with who's who here and who's doing bad. Everybody, well, Enrique's got full health. Montana could use some sanity. So even if I rolled out, she would get 1 back. And that's all she needs. So I'm just going to go ahead and give Montana her sanity back. And then we got a Samu. I need to roll a D3 for him. He gets both points of sanity back. And that's it. Everybody's looking good. Enrique's going to get a grip back since he's at... Oh, wait, no, he can't because he already activated. So never mind. After that, we do loots. So first we'll start with Enrique. Enrique gains... Oh, we're getting a lot here. He gets... First off, he gets 50 experience. Oh, he's getting so close to leveling. And then he's getting... Oh, God. He's getting 60 plus 285, 355. I think that's right. Yeah, he's the mines. This particular mine, bro. Mad Arts. Holy, that's a lot. Yeah, this particular mine has it's enriched. So in Darkstone and Gold, we're getting extra. So on top of getting Murphy's bonus of 25, we're also getting an additional 10 for gold. But it goes further than that. If we ever find Darkstone, plus one Darkstone. So yeah, we're looking at what, three? Was it 350? Is what I said? Because that's 60 gold, 285. Hold on. Yeah, that's 60 gold, and that's 285. So 90. Yeah, 355 in gold. My brain is not working right now. I need a calculator. Or I can do this another way. You know what? I got a better way of approaching this. I don't need to add them all together. I can just do this. So 60 points. He's getting 60 gold from that, and then he's getting 285 from that. Yeah, wow. I don't have to do math. So I don't know why I didn't think of that. So that's the end of Enrique's. Now we have to get loot for Montana. Nice. So she's getting. Let me go back to Montana. She's getting 40 experience. And she's getting 135 gold and 85 gold. Nice. And then we got Isamu. Dang. So he's getting 285 in gold and 40 XP and then an artifact card. So Isamu is generating 40 experience. They are getting so close to leveling. And we're going to start taking on high threat, I think, when we reach level 4. But I'll take that over. Would I? I don't know. High threat's hard. So 285 gold. And let me go grab an artifact card. All right, so what Osamu finds for an artifact in the mines is an expedition chest. It generates +2 health, holds up to 4 side bag tokens. Any hero on the same or adjacent map tile may use tokens in the expedition chest. So they don't have to be adjacent to each other. That's pretty wild. Yeah, he's probably going to wear it because it's 5 plus his strength is what they can carry. So let's see what Osamu has here. He's got strength 4, so he can carry up to nine weighted items. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He can carry 2 more items. So yeah, I'm gonna give him that expedition chest. That'll put him at 11 side bag items. So he's getting the expedition chest. So not only does he have the explorer's trunk, he's got the expedition chest as well. It's worth 550 gold. +2 to health. That's awesome. And oh no, holds up to 4 side bag items. +4 side bag. And any hero on same and adjacent. Oops. You know how to spell, Tony. Come on. An adjacent tile can use. So I'm actually going to have to separate them in a sense. But the +2 health, it's 1 weight. So he's actually at 7, 8 out of 9. So he can still have 1 more item that he can wear that's weighted. I did write that down, right? Yeah. And he's +2 health. So now, Isamu, let me fix that. His health is now higher. So he was at a 20, he's now at a 22. Awesome. That's a pretty sweet item. Oh, and he's 9, he's 13. He can carry 13 capacity. So that means during combat, people can actually pull items off of him, even if they're not next to him. But I'm actually going to have to separate what's inside that box compared to the rest of them. So that's what that item looks like. There you go. Next, what do we have? Finally, we have... Oh, you already did that. Okay, so next is going to be Murphy. Let's see what Murphy generates from loot. Oh, crap. So, so he gets 60 experience. I'm trying to get rid of the Darkstone, and we keep finding it. So Murphy generates 60 experience, and he gets 6 Darkstone total because it's an enriched mine, so it's +1 for every Darkstone we find. And on top of that, Murphy's ability for finding 1 extra Darkstone for every Darkstone we find on top of that. So we're getting 3 apiece. So we just found 6 pieces of Darkstone. This mine is bad ass, and I'm glad I chose to go here. All right, so we did the loot. Everybody activated. It's the end of the round. We now move on to my favorite part. Hold back the darkness. Actually, we are more than 1 room in, or 2. So we need to make a 7+ on this roll. We did not make it, so therefore the darkness now moves this direction. Kind of want to have a cool flare animation happen every time it moves. Although, how would I do that? Actually, I think I got an idea. So this way your eyes kind of, it forces you to focus up there. Kind of like when the health and sanity drop below half. So it's the beginning of the round. We've destroyed the monsters. We have 3 targets destroyed. We got 5 more to go. And at the end of this room is a flippin' portal. That's cool. So Enrique is first going to roll for grit. He needs a 5+, and he gets it. Good for you, Enrique. Gets 5 grit. I might have him spend it to have him rush across. Is Murphy really a 6 move? I rolled really good on that upgrade. So I'm gonna have him spend that grit. I want him to check the portal. So this way we can get the team in there and get this rolling. So let me go ahead and spend the grit he just gained. And he's now got 10 movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and he's going to peer through the portal. Let's see what we find on the other side. Random portal. The canyons. Okay. All right. I mean, that was the original goal. I was hoping for something different. So the canyons, deep gulch. All enemies are +1 defense during the first turn of an ambush. So if they have ambush, they're getting +1 defense. At the start of any fight, any hero may recover a grit on a d6 roll of 4+. That's actually pretty sweet. So this is actually, technically, this could be a starting location. I'm thinking about changing the random portal rules to, actually, they should be able to go anywhere. So I might just stick to this. It makes it more fun, considering it can go to any location. It's just, I am house ruling it that if it goes back to the mines, like if we're in the mines and it rolls mines, it's going to a whole nother world. So, canyons it is. Let me go get the canyons deck and encounter deck, and I'll be right back. And I actually need to draw a canyon map card to decide where that's going to end up. So the audio issues I was having with my sound system earlier explains why I wasn't hearing any raids or follows and stuff. So I apologize about that. I guess like I said, I think there was a point where I had to do something with the audio, and the Mac automatically just decided to switch over to Caster instead of my sound system. I don't know why it does that. It annoys me. So the map location is going to be a mid passage. I was really hoping for a room. Here we go. And I'm going to see if I can find some sound and ambience that can match the tone of this area. There we go. And we'll just kind of get rid of some of these pieces here. Montana's right there. I might drop some of that cloud coverage at the bottom of the animation. It's covering too much space. So that's what we're seeing up ahead. It doesn't draw any exploration token because it's just a passage. Um, that sucks. But I think that's all I need to do. I think we're good to go to move on to the next characters. I might actually have them rush across and try to find what's inside that room. Although I like kind of keeping them close together. Yeah. So that's the end of Enrique's turn. We're now going to move on. Probably move this over a tad. We're going to move on to Montana. Zestev, canyon is on what box? The canyon is the Blasted Wastes. I'll show you the other side of it. So it's the Blasted Waste tile set. This is actually post-apocalyptic, Fallout, Mad Max. There's even a whole nother town for this place called Barter Town, just like Mad Max. But there's a place called Barter Town, and there's some cool rules about the blasted waste part of the game. Like you can actually find scrap metal and stuff, and actually build weapons and gear with it. Um, yeah, there's a lot you can do in the blasted waste. I've never been there. I've honestly never been there. It's one of the few that I've never actually traveled. I think the only ones I've never traveled is the Northlands and the Blasted Wastes. Because now I've actually hit the Spanish Fort, and the Spanish Fort was actually pretty cool, but also frightening. But the Blasted Waste is the one place I really want to go to, and there's so much they added to it over the past year. They added some, was it war chieftains and stuff to it. So it's a pretty wild place. The enemies there are pretty difficult. So it's going to be Montana's turn, and Montana is going to. What do I want her to do? How much grit does she have? She's full grit. I'm going to go ahead and spend that grit. Let's roll first. Spend that grit. I want her to catch up to everybody. In this place, at the beginning of every fight, we have a good chance of getting our grit back. So why not spend it, right? So 1, 2, she's got 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go. She's a little ahead of everybody. She's going to actually scavenge the canyons. And what she finds is nothing. Next is going to be Isamu. He's just gonna triumphantly walk through after destroying those corpse tokens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll just have him go up to there. Next turn I'll have him explore. And he's going to scavenge this area. Finds nothing. Next is Murphy. How much grit does Murphy have? Oh, by the way, I need to... Did I roll for... Isamu should have gotten his grit back. That's what that roll was for. Next is Murphy, rolling for grit. Murphy got his grit back too. And Murphy's going to... Actually, since he's at max grit, I'm going to go ahead and spend that very grit. Yeah, that camera's having issues. I wonder if it would run better. Well, I'm not gonna see. That's what's crazy is that it's running beautifully now. I mean, I think it's switching back and forth between wireless and connected. Yeah, because now I don't have the option for wireless. Although it could also be possible. No, my internet's doing all right. Funny, during the day, it's terrible. Well, I guess it makes sense. A lot of companies are probably using, a lot of people out here probably using Starlink. So, yeah, I'm going to have, I need to do this. Tony, keep up. I really need the initiative markers to work. I want you all to see who's next and everything with all the highlights. He's spending that grit to move faster. So he's a 6 movement. I just doubled his movement. He's now a 12. So Murphy is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And he's going to peek through that room. He just hauled his happy ass all the way to the next room. And what he finds is the water's edge. So we will have to move things around a little bit. I think I do have that card, so I'll take a look and see if I can actually do it. You know, I think I did this wrong the last time I played. I think I went this direction. Unless there's another card for the water's edge. But it's supposed to be like this. Well, I guess no, we still need it because Enrique's there. I could zoom out a little bit. Give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out the camera. There we... Oh, 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 oh. That works. Or maybe we can zoom in a tad. I like it. Just put these guys to the side. Move this over so that you all can see the tiles. Yeah, really cool tiles. That generates an exploration token. No matter what, there's enemies in that room. If there's an attack, there's more enemies in that room. If there's an ambush, there's ambushing enemies in that room. So, let's do this. So he moved up. He did a search for the next room. We gained an exploration token. We found that. Yeah, I'll do the encounter. I hate the idea of adding more encounter cards, but I am certain. Did I not pull it out? What is it called? River crossing? Something tells me I didn't pull it out. And I should be. Yep, I did not pull it out. So we get this card on top of whatever the exploration token generates. So, let's go ahead and flip the token over. It is now the end of everybody's activations. So we get an encounter on top of what happens here, but we also have to fight monsters. The only doorway here is a doorway. So let's first start with the river crossing encounter card. So river crossing. You know, it's getting darker out. Let me turn the lights on. A raging river rolls by here, white water spitting up at you as it is dashed on the rocks. There seems to be somewhat of a ford here. where you could possibly cross to the other side. Looking to the far bank, something catches your eye, glimmering in the light. If every hero spends one grit, and everybody does, you may cross the river to the other side. Once all other encounters and attacks are complete here, reveal map cards until you find one that has water in the title. Place that map tile with 2 exploration tokens on it and an end cap. 2 exploration tokens. I kind of have tempted to try that on it, and an end cap on the map tile entrance. Each hero is immediately moved to a space of that map tile and may draw a loot card. Then reveal and choose one of the exploration tokens to use. Yes, we're doing that. So once we finish the combat here, basically the company moves on to another tile that is technically not adjacent to it. That's pretty cool. So that's the river crossing. So we're definitely doing that. I'm going to keep that right here to remind me. And now we have one more encounter. Shallow graves. Piled mounds of rocks are stacked here into 3 makeshift graves, each with a simple wooden cross to mark the dead. One of the graves has been disturbed by wild animals or the hand of some greedy soul. So we get to choose search the grave or pay respects. So if we pay respects, we can heal our sanity, which I think we're doing good. Yeah, we're a pretty sane group of people. Or I can choose one person to do a Spirit 5 Plus test, which I think is one of our, not exactly weakest, but not greatest. Yeah, we got one person with a 3. If I had a potion, I'd totally do this. But let's take a look and see what happens if it's a success. If it's a success, take D3 corruption hits and roll up to 5 dice. For each 5... Oh, okay. So if I make the roll, then this happens. Take D3 corruption hits and roll up to 5 dice. For each 5 plus roll, draw a loot card. For each other roll, draw a scavenge card. If any... Hold on. Oh, if any ones were rolled, ambush attack. Oh, God. Ambush attack. Draw a threat card. Redraw to find an undead or beast enemies. So it's all... It's going to be all zombies. But what's funny is that this card just kind of works with this adventure. We're here looking for undead and trying to stop them from constantly rebuilding their force. And what do we find? A graveyard. I mean, it's only an ambush attack with zombies. It's just, if it is, we have to roll... What are we fighting right now? 2 peril dice worth of zombies. So on top of the zombies that are already here, we'd be fighting another group of zombies. And this is just an encounter card. You know what? I'm half tempted to say do it. Because lots of loots is pretty nice. So if failed, you are cursed. For the rest of this adventure, roll 1 less die on all skill tests. I'm going to make Montana do this. She should. She's usually really good at these rolls. And she does... Ooh. No, I need to make Murphy or Enrique do it. I'm going to have Enrique do it. The reason why is because I want to hold on to the grits. Because I want to cross this river. So, that's at the end of all this. I need to hold on to those grits. So, I'm going to have Enrique do the test. So, he needs to make... He's got Spirit 3 just like Montana. So, he's going to do 3d6. And he needs a 5 plus test. There goes the camera again. Yeah. So what's happening is what I'm noticing is the camera's constantly switching between wireless and connected, and I think I want to find a way to remove it wirelessly. Oh, there is an update for it, though. That's probably what the problem is. I need to update the camera. In order to update it, you need a memory card in it. So, what we're going to do is... Ridiculous. We're going to make the 5 plus test with Enrique. So let's start with that. Enrique's going to make a 3d6. Oh my god. Alright. We got it. So, if successful, take D3 corruption hits. So we need to make a D3 roll. 1 hit. He needs to make a 5 plus save against it. Doesn't get it. That brings him up 1 point of corruption. Whoops. 1 point of corruption. 3 out of 5. So now we roll up to 5 dice. You know I'm going to roll all 5. And I do have a grit left over. I'm probably going to reuse it on the ones. Can I roll? Does it say anything about not being able to roll? I don't see anything about not rolling grits. Re-rolling for grits. So 5. Wow. Okay. For each 5 plus rolled, draw a loot card. We didn't roll a single one. I'm going to re-roll that one no matter what. So I'll go ahead and remove that. Excuse me. For every one roll. Do I want to re-roll the whole thing and chance getting more ambushes? I at least want to get rid of that one. So I'm just gonna... I'm not gonna take the chance. I don't want to have like 3 or 4 ambushes on me. So we'll just re-roll that one. Okay, so we're safe. But we got... Let's see. For every 5 plus roll, draw a loot card. For each other roll, draw a scavenge. So that's 5 scavenge cards. So let's see what we're getting. So here's the first 3. And luckily, we do have the looking glass, so we can like get rid of some of these if they're terrible. So Enrique just gained 30 experience. And here's the last 2. So 50 experience. Enrique is closing in on leveling. He's 95 away. And I'm going to attempt getting rid of this because I don't think there's going to be any other scavenge cards. So I need a 5 plus to ignore that card. Nope. So 3 horror hits. I do 2 damage. He needs to make 5 pluses against these. So 3d6 at 5 plus. 1 gets through. That deals 2 damage. Not bad. Totally worth the 50 experience. So that's the end of the Shallow Graves. Yep, we don't get an ambush or an attack or anything like that, so we're good with that. That's the last encounter in this room. It's the end of the turn. So therefore, we're back to hold back the darkness. Actually, we did go... How many rooms did we find? I need to keep that in the right stack. Okay, we actually should be 4 rooms in right now. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We are technically 4 rooms in. So we need to keep that rolling. Next, we need to do a hold back the darkness test. So Murphy's pulling up his lantern, and we pass. That is now the beginning of the turn. Actually, no. We're doing a combat. That's right. So, what are we fighting? We're fighting corpse piles. Oh, this isn't your typical dungeon. This is a undead hunt. So, we need to roll corpse piles. So 1d6 for the corpse piles. Or 1d3 for the corpse. Well, we roll a d6 and... Oh, okay, so 1 corpse pile is going to be in this room. Next is going to be... Whoa! Board Games James, thank you for the raid. Awesome. Raiders, welcome to the stream. Cosmic. Oh, thank you so much, Cosmic. And Board Game James, thank you for the raid. Uh, this is tabletop TNT tabletop. I'm Tony. I primarily play Shadows of Brimstone. I built this entire and awesome board games. James, thank you so much for the follow. Uh, I primarily play Shadows of Brimstone, the board game. I have pretty much everything up to now, like with all the events that they've been having, the Kickstarters. And if you're not familiar with Shadows of Brimstone, it's basically a dungeon crawling game where you go out, take an adventure, and then there's three phases to it. You go out, go on an adventure, then there's a travel on the way back to town, and then when you get to town, there's a whole nother basically adventure in the town. Uh, but as far as the theme is concerned, it's like a whole mess of different things. It's the old west. It's uh, the Old West. It's feudal Japan, Japanese mythology, Norse mythology, Lovecraftian horror, and a whole bunch of other sci-fi movies and themes that are just great. So, and there's like so many different worlds to go to. That, as you can see right now, we actually just left the mines, and we are now in the canyons. So, didn't really go to a whole nother world, but it brings you to different places. So again, welcome Raiders. Board Game James, thank you so much for the follow and for the raid. And Cosmic, great to see you here as always, and thank you so much for bringing everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and send some follows here and some shout outs. And Matt Arts, you're still here. I'll go ahead and do the same for you. And I'll keep an eye for Board Game James. I'll keep an eye out for you streaming because I definitely enjoy watching other people streaming their games. And Mad Arts. And there we go. It is not doing it. Mad Arts, I know you're here, bro. I'm for some reason. Did I type it in wrong? Let me type it in one more time. But I definitely like. There we go. I don't know what happened. So yeah, Matt is a good friend of mine. We tend to play video games together on occasion on stream and stuff. And he's actually got a really good variety channel. And he also polishes silver, which is a very interesting uh, hobby. And it's really cool to watch him do these things. So definitely, if you're into something different, definitely give him a follow and watch his stream. It's really cool what he does. So we're in the Night of the Dead uh, campaign, and so we already rolled to see how many corpses we get. I'm gonna have to pull up the monster card for that. Give me 1 second, because the rules might be different for this monster card. I have to roll for its elite ability. So let me pull up a corpse token or corpse pile. Sorry. So first monster coming out is a corpse pile, and let's roll and see what its elite ability is gonna be. It's a 3, so he's getting regeneration. So it's gonna be healing 2 wounds at the start of every turn. So it's still gonna be initiative 0 though. That's good. And then of course we need a Hungry Dead card. Hungry Dead. And I'll roll on the elite ability. It's a 5. You know what? I'm going to have to redo it. I'm so sorry. I need to put that card away. But what I'll do is I will remind myself to give it the 3. So it's got the 3 elite ability. Put that away. And I kind of have to redo this because it's the only way I can actually get the abilities on the screen in the right initiative. So Hungry Dead. And we rolled a 5. So it's getting strength. No, Stench of Death. All heroes on the same map tile as one or more Hungry Dead or Corpse tiles are now -1 on all their rolls to hit. Natural rolls of 6+ still count as crits. -1 to my roll. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. So there's still an initiative 1, though. That's going to be a hard ability to remember. But let's go ahead and get rid of 3. And we now got elite ability 5. And we're taking on how many Hungry Dead today? A relatively small group. 4 of them. So we get the 3 here. And I'm going to grab another undead. I'll be right back. So we got the female version of the undead finally, and there's just too much light. I'll just put it over here. So that's that model. That's right. This camera, I don't think it has autofocus. Could be wrong, but so now we have to position them. So I'll put the marker token over here, and it's gonna go 1, 2, 3, and 4. There we go. And I will probably have to move this over. So we still have Enrique over here on the other side of the portal. He can't shoot or do anything through the portal. He has to come through. So as you can see, there's a corpse token over here. That's going to be kind of an issue, but these guys really aren't too bad. Just kind of sad that our attacks are now -1. The good thing is that Montana's in a good spot. I think she can reach all of them from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, she can reach all the way across that. She just can't see this guy. And I don't think she can see this guy either. No, that is being... that wall section is in the way. So, we did everything. Everybody activated. We did the encounters. We did the... what did we do? We set up the monsters. Got their cards. Next thing we need to do is finish the round. Oh, we already did, and we did the hold back darkness. Okay, that's right. So we just forgot. I forgot to put all that back. Or no, did we do the? I don't think we did hold back the darkness. We'll just do it. We need a 7+, and we got it. And we are how many rooms in now? That's right. We are 4 rooms in, so we're good. Oh, okay. So the beginning of the round, Enrique's going first. These guys are still initiative 1, so everybody's actually going to go for the first time ever since I started playing a month ago. This is the first time we're actually starting first before the enemy monsters. So let's do this. So Enrique's first. Problem with him is his guns reach are a 6, but his dynamite reach is... He's a strength 4, so +3, he's a 7. So he can actually reach, he can throw dynamite 7. And he's got none on him? Who has all the dynamite? Ah, Murphy does, and Isamu. Well, as long as I get him up close, he can start hucking dynamite. So he's going to start by rolling his grit. He needs a 5+, doesn't get it. So he's going to move through the portal. So 1, 2, 3, 4. If I go here, I can start shooting. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. If I go here, I should be able to shoot basically all these guys, all 3 of these. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that should mean that all 3 of them should be within range of his pistols. Or I can throw dynamite. That's not a bad idea. And I still have the dynamite charge that adds +2 damage. See you soon. Go to bed 3 a.m. here in France country. Zestep, thank you so much again for coming out and watching the stream. I'm sorry you came in during the town stay where there was just an awful lot happening. But you have yourself a great evening. Get some sleep, and I'll catch you around next time, bro. Thank you so much. So Enrique's probably just going to shoot his pistols. So he's going to get a total of 6 attacks because his pistols have the... Yes, they have the Darkstone grips. So that's +1 shot each on top of the 2 that they're getting. So let's roll these out. You get 6 shots. And after I roll them out and they're 2 hits... Oh, that's right. He's a negative... What's that rule again? All heroes in the same map tile As one or more hungry dead or corpse tokens, and there's plenty of them on here, are now -1 on all their to hit rolls. Oh, that's terrible. So he needs to make 5 pluses. So these are, again, -1s. So let's do this. So technically he needs to roll 6s. He's going to... How much grit does he? I need to hold on. Oh, it's the beginning of the turn. Beginning of the turn in the canyons. At the start of the next fight, every hero may recover a grit on a roll. D6 roll of 4+. So let's do that right now. So this is for Enrique. He needs a 4+. Doesn't get it. Montana. Doesn't get it. Isamu. Doesn't get it. And then Murphy. Wow, nobody got it on a 4+. That's insane. Is this an ambush? No. So this is just a regular attack, so they don't get their defense. Man. I really want to go to the other side of the river, but I'm like, that's a shame, man. Like, not a single one hit. Well, you know what? I'm not spending that grit, so. Wow. That ability is terrible. So that's the end of his turn. I really need to kill them, though. Screw it. I'm spending the... I need to roll 6s. Okay. No. No, we're gonna power past this. I really want to go across the river. So Montana's gonna go 1, 2, 3. So she can kind of close in, and now she should be able to get everybody in line. She is getting 3 range, but she's also gaining, because of some of her abilities. She's got the she's got the Darkstone inlay, which allows her to re-roll a failed roll, and she's also gaining a re-roll on damage. She needs 4 pluses to hit. Technically, she's going to need 5s to hit. So here we go. If she hits them, they're pretty much going to die because she's a +2 damage. But there are 4 defense. Okay. So 3 shots. Wow, man. How much grit does she have? These guys, you know, I'm beginning to think dynamite's the way to go. I might just have them throwing dynamite. So, because if I can kill all 4 of them, that ability's gone. I'm gonna have her do 1 reroll and a miss. She gets it. She gets 1 shot. +2, so it's a +2 damage weapon? Yeah, she's not getting her pistol for +1 damage. Man, this is a rough battle with those guys. So she's gonna shoot this guy right here. Well, yeah, she's hitting that guy right there because if she kills him, she can declare another shot right on this thing because I just gave her a new ability. So we need to make a damage roll against him. And that's going to be +2 to the damage. It's not a crit, so it's going to be -2 to the roll for their defense 4, but they're only 1 health, so I need a 3+ to kill him. She gets a reroll on her damage. Okay. So nothing happened there. Wow, man. Wow. I'm beginning to think I need to start gritting, but I'm just gonna lob dynamite at these guys. That should take care of them. So next is Isamu. He does happen to have 1 dynamite on him. He's just not good at range at all. But as long as I can get him with this. All heroes in the same map tile is 1. Okay, are now -1 on their to hit rolls. On all their to hit rolls. So that's even close combat. He needs to roll a 6 to actually hit them. I'm beginning to think dynamite might not actually be what I should be doing. But I'm gonna do it. So Isamu is going to stand. Oh, Isamu's going to move up 2 to kind of get in their way. And he's a strength 4, so +3. He's a 7 on his range that he can throw the dynamite. So he's going to lob it right here on this guy. And it's going to, let's see. We'll remove 1. And we need to roll and see if we manage to hit him. It needs, normally it would be a 5+ because he's a 5+, but he needs a 6+ now. Come on, dice roller. Does not get it. So, the rules on dynamite, I think I put them away. Nope, they're right here. So, on a fail, it's going to move D 3 times. So, it's going to move 2 times. And considering it's here, it's going to be, we roll a D8 for each movement. And it's a 1 all the way around to 8. So let's see what the first deviation is. 5. So it's going to go here on him. And then the next one, 2 forward. So it's getting the corpse pile and these 2 guys. So Isamu saw the truck, got in front of Enrique, and is trying to show off how to throw dynamite, because that's really what Enrique is supposed to be all about. Lobs it, of course, whiffs it a little bit, but still manages to land it right next to the guy that I was after. I was hoping to get all 4 of them, but that's fine. So it's going to land here, and it's going to do, well, D6 damage, ignoring defense. These 2 are straight up dead. The corpse pile is going to take, because no matter what, it would have been a minimum. Wow, really? 1 damage on the corpse pile. So he's getting 20 XP. And the corpse pile, let me pull up the card for the corpse pile. He's getting 15 for the corpse pile. 15 experience for the corpse pile. Next, what are we going to do? I really want them dead, but everybody's a -1. I could have Murphy just rush right up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm going to have him do that. Murphy's just going to bolt up there. He's going to roll for grit first. Doesn't get it. His chances of critical and hitting these guys is much higher because he's rolling a D8. But now Murphy, because of his upgrade, is a 4 combat instead of a 3. So he also gets his fire emblem, so he can re-roll his damage rolls. So let's roll him out here. +1 damage to the attack. He's got fire emblem. And that is about, well, he's got a lot of stuff. So he's going to roll 4d8. What did he need? He needed a 4+ to hit. So he gets a crit that is also double damage. So that just straight up kills one of them. The next one, I'm half tempted to... How much grit does he have? I might as well do it. I'm going to spend a grit. To have him re-roll those 2 misses. So he's got 1 crit and 1 hit. Those 2 8 crits straight up destroy these guys. So what would have happened is that the damage of his weapon, I would roll on damage no matter what. The first one would have been... It would have killed him anyway, but it would have dealt 2 damage plus the 1, 3 minus nothing because it's a critical. And then the next one would have been 10 damage, 11 damage, minus nothing. So yeah, they're both gone. He just gained 10 XP, 20 XP from them. And we don't have to worry about that anymore. And hold on a second. Murphy's gaining 20 XP. Actually, hold on. No, we do have to worry about it because the corpse pile is still here. So the corpse pile now has to do its special rule. Let's see what it does. Because we've finished the turn. Whoops. Need to go in initiative again. So, immobile, fear, nobody's standing next to it, or was standing next to it. At the end of each turn, so now we finish the turn. So at the end of each turn, roll a d6 for each corpse pile. On the roll of 4 plus, place a new hungry dead adjacent to it. So let's see if it happens. Another hungry dead raised next to the corpse pile. Yikes. Okay. So it's now the end. So we are back at Hold Back the Darkness. Plus, we gotta do a 2d6 roll. We make it. It is now back to Enrique. Enrique's gonna push up a little bit. What's their movement? I think they're 1 or 2 or something. So right there's good enough. He can reach all the way over there. Enrique still needs to make like basically 6s to hit this guy. So, man. So roll for grit first. Doesn't get it. 6d6. He needs 6s to hit this guy. So he gets 1 crit. Problem is, where do I want to put it? He's not getting any damage buffs. He's going to put it on the Hungry Dead and get just straight up kill that thing. That gives him also 10 experience. Next is going to be Montana. Make sure I do that. She's making her grit roll. Doesn't get it, but she's going to move up. Well, she doesn't really need to move up, but I'll just do it just the same. And she needs to make 3d6 5+ rolls. She gets 1 hit. So it's got a defense 2, so it's -2. Oh no, she's got her damage on her rifle is a 2, so it's just gonna be whatever I roll. So let's roll it out, see what she gets. No way I can increase the damage on this. No, that's Murphy. Montana. I can actually re-roll one of those misses. That's 2 hits, and I get to re-roll damage. So let's see what happens. Here's the first. Oh wow, look at that, 6 points of damage. Outright kills the corpse token. Generating how much? 40 experience for Montana. Nice. So that leaves her at... All right, that means we are done. And we defeated 2 monster groups. And we defeated 1 corpse token. So let me go back to the game tokens. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to add 1 to that. So we're up to 4 out of 8. Not going to lie, I think we're reaching the point where I'm probably going to call it after we do the loot and everything. And then we'll pick up tomorrow and finish the rest of the adventure. So 2 people have activated, 2 people didn't. So we're going to do the catch your breath. So from the look of it, Montana's doing all right. Enrique could use some sanity. So we need to roll a d3. He gets it all back. Yeah, because he's only got 2 points missing. So we'll go ahead and increase his sanity. Why did that go down one? Oh, I know why. So we increase the sanity, and then the other two. How are we doing on grit? Oh God. Okay, so the good news is Samu and Murphy didn't go, so they get a grit back, and they're at full health. So that puts everybody at least at one grit, so we can actually go across the moat or the river at this point. So one grit each. Murphy's at full, and now we get to do the loots. So this is actually a really good mission for finding loot, money. So let's start with Enrique. Enrique's going to generate. So if I remember correctly here, it's not so much dark. Is it Darkstone? I know it's gold. Let me take a look at the mining count sheet one more time. Yeah, it is. This mine's enriched. We get +1. So for okay, I need to do some stuff here. So first off, XP, he's getting 40 XP. He's getting D6 times 25 plus 35. So 50, so 85 gold. And he's generating 2 dark stone. We're already gaining back what I've been trying to get rid of, but that's okay. Next is Montana. Same thing. So we'll do the gold first. She's gaining 125 plus 35, so 160 gold. Uh, 50 XP, and she's generating 2 bits of dark stone. Next is Samu. So 2 dark stone, 40 XP. Samu is getting 40 experience, 2 dark stone, and how's everybody doing on XP? Enrique's very close. Uh, a gear card. We just found a supply cart. Choose one of the following to gain. Um, so basically, bandages, whiskey, and a tonic. How are we doing on everything here? We got 7 bandages, 2, 5 whiskey, and no tonics. I might just take the tonic. So we'll go ahead and do the tonic. Who's gonna get it? Actually, who was that? That was Isamu, right? So Isamu is gonna get that tonic. God, he can carry so much stuff. He can carry 13 side bag items. The guy is crazy. Next is finally Murphy. To which Murphy's generating another gear card. D6. Murphy gets. Oh, God. Okay, so this is going to be some math here. 300 times 2, because of Murphy being a prospector, so 600 plus 35, so 635 bucks is what Murphy just found. $635. Dang, Murph. And then a gear card and 40 XP. And we'll draw that gear card. We found war paint. Discard during a fight until the end of combat. Until the end of the fight, you are +1 combat and +1 initiative. If you are keyword tribal, you also gain +1 damage to all your attacks until the end of the fight. That's badass. Boss fights, man. Put that on Murph. 5 combat, or actually even Asamu with some of his abilities, he's getting +3 damage on his attacks. I need to bump up Murph's damage output. And we did the rest, so we're good there. And that is now officially the end of that turn. I'm going to leave it at 0 for now, and we'll get rid of those corpse tokens. And I'm going to put a little note on the table to remind me that we're still in an enriched location. So everything we're finding as far as gold and whatnot is +10 or +1 for the dark stone. So we're going to halt it here for today, and tomorrow we'll pick it back up. And once we finish that adventure, I think I'm going to let this team retire, and we'll move on to another campaign or possibly another game. I might try another game. I might do. I've been wanting to play Arkham Horror, and I taking a break from Shadows of Brimstone isn't bad. Just a couple days, try something different. It just sucks because I built this entire stream for this game in particular. Uh, but I think what's funny is I think for Arkham Horror I can kind of still use the player plates because I think we can still use the health, the sanity, and basically everything in there. We just replace Montana Murphy with actual player names, or actually the character cards because Arkham Horror has character cards. But anyway, let me go ahead and move us here. And again, that's going to be the end of this stream. It's we've been on this for quite a while, and I am burning out. Um, but I mean, there's part of me who wants to keep this going because it's a lot of fun to play, and I hope that you all enjoy it and enjoy all the visuals and stuff that I put into this as we go. And I'm hoping to add more. Again, as we go, I'm hoping to add more and more and more to make this game more entertaining. I would like to add sound effects whenever certain characters do things. Like I want to hear the gunshots. I want to hear the swinging of something like a pickaxe or sword, whatever. It'd be pretty cool to add those little things every time we deal damage to a monster. Um, or heck, even if the dice rolls showed up. But I still got a ways to go. I got a bunch of bugs that I'm trying to fix on the stream. As we've noticed, there's been a couple. Uh, Nothing heavy, but some stuff that just kind of bothers me. There are little fixes, but I'm thinking about adding some buttons that will just kind of reset certain variables that are in my system. But aside of that, I want to thank everybody for showing up and hanging out with me, watching the stream, about the raids and everything. Cosmic, thank you so much for supporting. Same thing with Mad Arts and Shock Blazer. Um, Zestep, thank you so much for also showing up. Uh, it's always a lot of fun playing this and being able to bring this to you and give you all the visuals to kind of make it hopefully less boring when we're doing certain parts like the town state. The town state to me is probably the most boring part of the game. But I always kind of I'm gonna see if I can find a way to amp that up. Um, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and raid out. Let me see if I can find anybody here. I'm not gonna bother with that. Every time I try to use the app, it doesn't really work well. So let me pull up Twitch. Uh, what do we have? Normally, I like raiding into a board game group. I'm gonna see if we can find one. We got somebody playing Night Shift. Got an awful lot of people playing Silk Song. Not seeing many board gamers. I'm seeing somebody. I can't tell if it's a board game. Well, it's under board game. So I'm going to go ahead and raid into. Who is this? Speakeasy Channel. They're playing a board game called Night Shift. Digging the visuals that I'm seeing. So we'll go ahead and raid into them. And again, I can't express how thankful I am for all of you showing up. It's always a pleasure having you all here watching the game. And eventually, when I get the character sheets done, I definitely want to get some of you involved if you're interested. I know I've got a couple people like Bad Art and Hexafire who want to play. I just need to kind of. I really need to find a way to solve the player character sheet problem because I want you all to see the character sheets. I want to see the character sheets. I don't want to do these anymore. And it would just make life so much easier if I can somehow manage to get it all in the stream. It just wasn't as easy as I was hoping for it to be. I was hoping to be able to just grab a screen, port it through, done. Didn't happen. So we're going to go ahead and raid. Again, thank you all so much for showing up. I'll see you all tomorrow. No later than 2. What the heck? No later than 2 p.m. Central American time. There's still the target token still there. But I'll catch you all later. And have yourself a great Friday, and I'll see you all tomorrow.